What's up, guys? It's your boy GP with DeOrganized Media, bringing you another episode live of DeOrganized Nightly, where we get your favorite gigabrain astronaut scholars in the same room. We have a dope conversation and kick out high-frequency vibes. Yeah, man, we've got some legends in the house today. Even though the markets are bloody, we're in here having a good time, shooting the breeze and making things happen, making it shake, so to speak. We've got our beloved Jackman Switch, Crypto Dude, and Peace Love Music all in the house with us tonight. How are we doing, fellas?
Oh man,
Great.
Long STX at 70 cents. So we'll see how we're doing here shortly.
Let's go. Not your average financial advice, just longing and degenning 200x. NFA DYOR. Yeah, actually, Steve he's got his patriotic vibe going on tonight. Nice headband, Steve.
Somebody's hoping we might be going all the way straight through the State of the Union, and I got to show my patriotism.
Oh. Let's go, dude. Let's go. What time is the State of the Union?
9 p.m.
9 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, I guess.
Let's go.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I think it'd be fun to see if Trump's got anything interesting to say about Bitcoin or crypto. I think that's why I'm going to watch it.
Well, this week they announced within the last 7 days at least, they announced the White House is going to be holding a crypto summit. They also announced that on the 21st they're going to be doing a roundtable to talk about different regulation and stuff like that surrounding crypto. So
there's a rumor that one of the Trump sons accidentally leaked in a Discord or something, I guess related to their crypto endeavors, that there would be a 0% tax on U.S. made crypto. I think the stipulation is held for at least a year. So it's very interesting to see how that would come to be.
Yeah, I saw that same rumor. It definitely would be something bullish to see. If Trump talks about it during his speech tonight, I would imagine things reverse and start to take off in the other direction pretty quickly here.
Oh, 100%.
We do have CPI numbers tomorrow, right?
0% tax is insanely bullish. Let's go.
I brought this up one time before. Like, if BTC is in the Stacks chain and it's SBTC and somebody takes profits, does that make it tax free if this law goes into effect?
I think. Well, I mean, we'll have to see how it is, but if it's
I
something you've
think
been
my
holding
keys
for
make
at
it
least
tax
a
free.
year, they should make it tax free. In fact, they should do away with taxes altogether. I mean, that's just.
I think my keys kind of make it tax free until they kind of want to strong arm you. Technically,
It should
Right.
all be voluntary taxation.
Yeah,
Meaning,
exactly. Dynamic.
you're buying something, there's a tax on it.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Not-
imagine
not-
integrating it with smart contracts, and we could actually make the social contract, quote unquote, actually intelligent and voluntary, and we could fund money into the things we actually believe in, and stop supporting nonsense, and actually
Right.
improve everybody's overall quality of life.
It's actually something we were talking about, or I tried to bring up the subject of voluntary taxes on transactions on stacks to fund a security working group kind of deal. But Landy said, no, don't call it a tax. Oh, hey, Landy.
Never call it a
Oh,
tax.
hey.
If it's voluntary, it's technically more of a donation. You know what I'm saying? If taxes were voluntary, they wouldn't call them taxes. They'd call them donations. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Yeah.
I
Well,
get what you're saying.
look, tax tokens have had a rough go of it on other networks where they've been tried. That's usually.
It's not a good way. It's not a good name for it from a marketing perspective, obviously.
Yeah. It's very difficult anywhere that you kind of go with. Look, the way that. So I'm assuming that the conversation is about like a launch of a token, right? Like as a team or as an individual.
We were really just talking about taxation in general and how all involuntary taxation is.
Yeah, we were talking about basically the thing that is on kind of the docket or whatever in the legal space about taxes. Jack's mentioned something about somebody maybe who was it? Trump's maybe son or
One
something
of
like
the
that.
Trump kids, yeah.
Leaked something about 0% tax on crypto in the U.S. if it's held for a year or something. So we were basically.
Well, I mean, some of the cool
stuff.
stuff that's being proposed is, obviously the 0% tax on U.S. cryptos is a narrative that has been driven forward by Trump and the people in his sphere of influence, right? Whether they're in the administration or not, like family members. And in this case, they've even been very heavily hinting that they just want to axe the entire IRS, right? Trump himself even floated this idea of an external revenue service in favor of an internal revenue service, right? So, and this isn't new. This goes all the way back to outside the crypto conversation. It goes all the way back to his first term, and prior to his first term, and many years that he's talked about this kind of stuff where he's questioned the need for the IRS and all the way back into the 80s talking about tariffs, right? And other ways of creating a stable economic environment here at home, and the spending problems and all that kind of stuff. So now, if you're going to apply that to like tokenization, one of the things that often comes up that is a challenge in the crypto industry whenever launching a project that is token connected is how do you make money without selling your token on the people who are there to support you and buy it, right? And tax tokens were a potential solution that was attempted on Ethereum to begin with, and other places that had already kind of sprung up, but Ethereum is where it kind of became more well known and more high profile in terms of tax tokens. Obviously they have them on Solana and they can be implemented on just about any blockchain, but realistically everything comes down to liquidity pools.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's really where it is. And this is my argument against the pump fund style launches and bonding curve launches. Like if you want to be a successful project and you want to get capitalized and you're starting from zero, if you go the bonding curve route, you're handing the fee generation over to the platform that initially does that liquidity pool, right? And funds those liquidity pools. And always go and start your own is the best way to do it. And then generate the fees in that way. And I know that we have friends that in this ecosystem that even have built these platforms that I am a fan of, and I encourage them to keep building, right? But there has to be a model. Like one of the reasons why you see Pump Fund, what are they doing now? They're moving in the in the direction of having liquidity pools, right? Because they know that, hey, okay, we made our money. Why don't we throw you a bone and we'll share a little bit of this now? And should have been that way from the start, right? What is this? This is
GP. We're Landy. There's the State of the Union is at 9 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
Yes.
So it's a couple hours into. We usually only go to the show for an hour, but part of the reason why I'm wearing my my tie.
Yes, I noticed your headdress at this point.
We are thinking about covering the Stand Live and covering the State of the Union, and I just found this, which would be a great prop for live streaming, where we can follow on NPR their annotated fact check of the president.
Yes, fact check.
So we're gonna fact check fact checkers.
We're gonna fact check
some pink-haired, dysgenic moron to tell me what they think. I'd go ask the barista at the local Starbucks her opinion on the state. I don't need NPR for that.
How much USAID funding did NPR take again? How much did Politico take? How much did Washington Post? Oh wait, they took in millions and millions and millions of dollars of USAID money from specific companies, USAID directly, and then from companies that were being funded by USAID. They took an additional capital to then form and shape the agenda that they wanted to implement. And I
socially engineer.
So unbiased is what you're calling us.
Yeah, absolutely, fully unbiased, and they're probably not salty that all the USAID funding's getting cut. I mean, they're probably not mad about that at all.
That makes me think of that $20 billion that Citibank is currently in the process of trying to launder for the Biden administration.
Yep. Yeah, how are they going to manage this one now that we know about it, right?
Right.
What about that defense funding? Yeah.
Like I know people aren't used to conceptualizing like big numbers like that because you hear them so often.
Mm-hmm.
But conceptualize it as how many taxpayers, after a lifetime of paying taxes, would it take to generate $20 billion? Like how many lives is that? How many hours of wasted life does that represent?
It's insane. I'd say that it's what is it? It's 1/4 of a Trump token fully diluted value at launch.
Oh my God.
Sounds like you got a big old bag.
I had to conceptualize it in fully diluted value of Trump tokens.
Yeah.
It's the only way I measure any spending these days is like, how degenerate can we actually be? The money's out there. How much I would like to extrapolate that out to the Hayden Davises of the world is like how much money in terms of hours of work from people did he take into that wallet for that Libra coin? Like 100 million. There's billions in volume. So yeah, look, I am thrilled with what's happening. I'm sure you guys saw the news today. Well, Trump did what after Zelensky left and went around Europe and cried like a little baby and got a pittance for it and a smack on the wrist and some nicey talk and then told to make up with Trump because without him you're screwed. And then all of a sudden he wants to entertain the deal that Trump proposed for a ceasefire, mineral deal, and the rest. Isn't that weird? And the media was having a freaking cow the past few days about this.
Yeah.
And then they kneecapped themselves.
Yeah, but they didn't. They got all their talking points out. This worked for them. They got talking points out. Their base, they got out there that Trump was mean to the poor Ukrainian president who's in the middle of a war, and Churchill showed up in his fatigues, and it was all. Listen, this worked. This
But
worked.
they
were
kneecapped
trying to do.
themselves before this deal came together, because ABC News, was it ABC, yesterday released their talking points about Biden also getting into it with Zelensky. So it's not like they've been kneecapping themselves left and right. I don't think they know which way to go anymore. They don't know where to attack. There's too many fronts, and they're being encircled, and you know,
Did you see
I
the
don't think that this worked for them.
Did you see the response where Schumer and Elizabeth Warren, one other guy, they're all giving the exact same speech in response
We're up
to
to 20. We're up to 20 of them now. Peace. We're up to
That-
20 of them.
That
So-
Yeah,
has been the dynamic that's been playing out for the last decade, where
Right.
all of these different personalities and talking heads and media
well, the
sources,
news.
right, run the same exact headlines on something.
Mockingbird.
It's
Right.
a danger to our democracy a million
Right.
times over, the same speech. But the biggest thing about that is like, you know, this, and to your point about that piece, that about how it started with Booker, Elizabeth Warren, and whoever else, Schumer, right? And now we're up to like 15 or 20 of them doing the same speech. And you see how they had to change tactics because they lost on the Zelensky narrative, because now Zelensky is capitulating, and they had to report it. They had to report that, wait, this worked. We were bashing him on diplomacy, and then all of a sudden this worked. That's not supposed to happen. What happened to our control over the narrative? Meanwhile, Trump is like running circles around them. So they now have to go, oh, well, remember when he said day one prices would come down? Look at
Right.
eggs. Look at eggs. Eggs are still expensive.
Uh,
I mean, I
That's
haven't-
For the
we
win.
had some bureaucrat slaughtered 100 million chickens
yeah.
just a
Healthy,
few months
healthy or not.
Just a few
Yes.
months ago, 100 million, culled 100 million chickens. What
That's
the
insane. How
what
does he
the
have that
hell?
authority?
Peace,
Right.
did I tell you about when we were talking to the farmers market people? They were basically mandated to kill chickens. If they didn't, they were going to get fined. And when they did kill them, then when they called the flock under the name of like, hey, we got to make sure that we are, you know, preventing the bird flu from spreading to these flocks. So they called their flocks, right, that weren't sick, weren't even tested. And then when they submitted, they marked them as having bird flu. Like this is insane, and it's
It's a
total
fucking tax
manipulation.
racket.
is.
I guarantee there's some sort of revenue coming from a tax source.
Let me tell you.
Fundamentally here, it's undeniable that the ruling class establishment is willfully and continuously over and over again dishonest with the public about what their intentions are and why they're doing it.
Dude,
You know, so that's
during COVID, okay, so keep in mind, like at the time, I was sitting there watching videos of like people collapsing in China, and I'm sitting here an ICU nurse working in, you know, understaffed hospitals in terrible conditions, because that's the way you could make the best living doing that.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at all this and I'm like, man, this looks like a pretty big deal. It's respiratory. I deal with vent patients. This is okay. I'm probably gonna have to deal with this. So I had to have like a serious talk with my family, serious talk with my wife, make all these plans. And when I finally started seeing my first COVID cases at the beginning of the pandemic, I'm like, guys, this kind of presents like the flu. Like their
Mhm.
symptoms, it looks a lot like the flu. This doesn't make sense. And then like for the first time in my whole career, I saw a flu season where not one flu swab was used. Not one
Yep.
flu test was run in any of the hospitals I worked at. It was all COVID tests, which is highly unlikely, because if you're like in flu season, if you break your arm and you go to the ER and you so
probably
much
have
as sniffle,
Yeah.
you're getting a flu test.
Mhm.
Like, because the federal regulations about things like that are very strict, and hospitals have to abide so they get their reimbursement. right? So that was anomalous in and of itself. And like I saw that during that whole initial part of the pandemic, everyone that had COVID kind of just looked like they had the flu. And then around the time of the Delta strain, that was different. That was an illness unlike any I'd ever seen.
I
Okay?
was hospitalized with it.
Yeah. And like, but even still, through that whole time period, if you had people, and again, I'm speaking from a background of someone who always took care of like the sickest people in the hospital. You could have someone who is a double amputee, full of gangrene, kidneys don't work, dialysis 3 times a week, COPD, which means they already can't breathe anyway, 65 years old, and they test positive for COVID. Up, they died of COVID. Oh, this 93-year-old died of COVID. And so all of these things were coded as COVID because the reimbursement was so high for the hospital. No one was doing flu tests. And by the way, when it comes to flu, yeah, flu is a big deal. Flu's the biggest deal for infants and elderly. Okay?
And it can be real bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is,
Right.
there's most definitely some racketeering going on, and everybody acts like, no, there's no conspiracy. It doesn't take a conspiracy to have an alignment of incentives. So
It doesn't take a conspiracy to have an alignment of incentive. But the idea that conspiracies rarely happen is ridiculous.
they
Right.
happen all the time.
And so the thing is, this is what was so nuts about it, though. Like, okay, so I'm not a nurse practitioner. I'm not a nurse anesthetist. I'm not a doctor. These are people who have much higher levels of education than I did, but they all receive my same base level of education, right? So, like, it's very obvious to me, especially when the vaccine push started. Like, okay, if I get COVID, it's not going to be that big of a deal. You know, in fact, I kind of want to get it because I'll have natural immunity to it, and then I just won't have to worry about it for a year or two.
That's how That's how
And-
it should have been handled if it were what it was claimed to be being anyway.
Right. And so like you sitting there and I'm watching people who were getting Revimsadir, how just absolutely destroyed they were getting.
I had 4 courses of that.
Dude, you're lucky your kidneys still work.
I mean, how much longer will they work?
I've seen I took care of 2 men our age who had perfectly functioning kidneys and after Revimsadir they were dialysis done. Right? So you watch all this stuff and it's so obvious, but yet these other people that are plugged into the system, you know, they bought into all the propaganda.
Propaganda is a powerful thing, especially
Yeah.
when there is like very little resistance to it because the malformed incentives of ad-based revenue.
Right.
You know, everybody wants to align to the algorithm's preference, and the algorithm's preference is controlled by a group of people that have their own perverse incentives that they're trying to put into practice, and you know, consequences be damned, they basically say lots of times.
No, dude, it was serious. Like, and that's what brings me back to the whole uniform talking points. Like, that is how you literally brainwash people. You just
100%.
pump out the same message repetitively through various mediums, and there's a certain percentage of population that's just going to latch onto that for whatever reason. I still don't know why.
Herd
But-
mentality.
Oh, right.
It-
That's it. It's because the public education system has just progressively gotten more and more towards training people to defer their thought processes to the authoritarian. They just do what the authoritarian says. They'll get their A's, their B's. They won't get, you know, punishments. They'll get to do all the fun things in school, and they'll move on and they'll graduate. And it's simple.
Yeah, it's
That's
crazy.
the model. That's what it doesn't have to be every person. It's just most of them.
And it doesn't work as well as it used to, thankfully. It does make me worry a little bit about AI because, you know, that's going to be the most persuasive
Yeah,
force,
you're going to have a hard time resisting.
you know?
I already have a hard time. I find myself compulsively turning on Facebook when I'm done doing whatever I was gotten to my phone to do and scrolling through videos. I don't want to do that. I don't have time to do that. I'm not looking to do that. And I'm doing it without thinking about it. And I'm not on Facebook on a regular basis all the time.
Yeah.
I've looked at Facebook in fucking like a decade at least.
Well, I used to do a ton of marketing. It was a great medium for real estate marketing for a long time. So I hated it then. I hated being on it. It's really kind of, it's just grotesque. It's I love being able to see some of my friends, and there's people I've caught up on and had longer and more full relationships with because of Facebook, that I probably wouldn't have talked to very much after certain points in our lives otherwise. Like, it kept me connected with a lot of people, but it's just kind of like this. It creates, you're seeing like a veneer of people's lives, and it makes it kind of distorts things. It makes it seem like people have things that you don't. You know, you're only getting the good pictures and the happy stuff most of the time. So it's not a good place to be.
That's what
artificial echo chambering. There's most definitely an attempt there to align you towards ads too. That's the fucked up thing. People don't understand. Like, there's an ad that's in there, and so they'll try and steer people towards a thought process.
Right,
so that way, it'll increase.
Like every third post is an ad. Well, also, I don't know if you guys, like, there was a point where, like, you used to be able to target market people a lot with a lot more data, and then they changed it. They siloed all that data. You didn't have access to it, and you used to be able to do all sorts of demographics, income level, and things they were interested in, things they did, and people that were employed in this kind of employment. That, like, all sorts of things you could specify and really drill down on ads, which was super useful. And they took it all away. And one of the only things that were left in the advertising demographics was whether they were leaning liberal or leaning conservative. You could target that.
Because that they understood that basically, where the politics intersected their platform was where the most money was, basically.
And engagement.
Exactly. Yeah, there's most definitely there's malformed incentives when it comes to advertising and social networks. There's malformed incentives when it comes to taxes and government, because essentially there's operators in the ecosystem that are essentially above reproach and can't be displaced, and so there's an opportunity.
Well, they were also funded. They were also funded. Their development was funded by government agencies that let them be very, very wealthy, but also you're going to do what we say. That's
there's a lot of protectionism involved as well. The big media, modern media, digital media is most definitely very, intricately tied with large platforms. They have we like to act like there's not a whole lot of interference there, but there's a ton of interference. Obviously, we've seen that in the elections, and so.
It's very, very pervasive.
This is kind of like the heart of the social contract, though, if you kind of think about it, because it's the flow of information, the flow of energy and money, and the systems that kind of like prop up social contract or social services and stuff like that are part of the community, service infrastructure. But we could actually leverage smart contracts, leverage blockchains to make the government operations more transparent, more voluntary in terms of participation, to have more control over their potential rogue nature if they decide to go rogue.
Well, right, you could actually have opt-in, opt-out systems. It doesn't have to be centralized at all, actually.
And that's why the whole concept of Web3 is a worthwhile endeavor, because regardless of whether or not the government acts right, basically, if you have a decentralized alternative, it matters that much less.
Well, the government does not act right. It acts
Right.
very wrong,
Right.
and it has for a long time. And we don't have a legitimate alternative, so there's nothing we can really do about it. That's
Right.
where we are right now. Our only hope is to build out these systems and hope we're successful in establishing it with the right ethos behind it.
Well, most definitely starts with immutability, and Bitcoin gives us that.
That's
Right.
exactly right. Immutability. Because
Yeah.
at least there's a record of what happened.
That's
Yeah,
why.
it's more difficult to stop. It's more resistant to their forceful control because their entire, centralized systems are, especially in terms of government, are reliant on force to maintain control. And if we have, a system that's resistant to force, then it's robust, obviously, and we can build upon it with solid fundamentals at our feet.
Yeah.
At its core, Bitcoin in and of itself is enough to stop full-blown censorship, because you can put anything you need to put on that blockchain and it's not going anywhere. So I mean, when we talk about the foundation of building the foundation of its decentralized future, economy, media, what have you, we have that at the base level, and that's ultimately why Bitcoin. I didn't mean to cut you off, Giga Pepe.
Oh, you're good, dude. I was just going into we're gonna see a lot of talks this month about different regulations. On March 6th, we've got the CFTC forum on tokenized assets and stablecoins, and then on the 7th, that is this Friday, I do believe, they're gonna have the first crypto summit with Donald Trump and a bunch of different crypto figureheads. I would imagine would be there, and then on March 10th, more stuff, more mumbo jumbo, right? People talking about regulation surrounding crypto. So I think that it's going to be interesting. Do you guys think that Trump is going to talk a lot about crypto during his speech tonight?
There's so much to talk about. You would think maybe something, but there's so much going on right now. It's hard to know for sure,
You think he's going to save it for his summit? And
I'm hoping he does.
I think he'll tease. Well, Landy's what do you got for us, Landy?
I don't know if the audio is going to come through, but if you haven't seen this yet, it's freaking hilarious. Have you guys seen it already?
Well,
Let's see if the audio comes through first.
That was yours. We thought that baggie belonged to Hunter. I think the Secret Service probably still has it somewhere.
I have been stealing the money.
I'm sorry, what's that now?
I must to speak honestly. I steal many of USA dollars to Ukraine. Millions. Some dollars for some oligarchs also. Some for American bureaucrats also.
Well, we know that, but why are you telling me this?
Because, Mr. Trump, if you end war, we cannot steal any more money. We must continue war.
No, the war must end. Your people are dying, Zelensky. They're dying.
But I want to steal more money. What do you want? Fellatio? I can do it.
No, I don't want fellatio. No.
Are you sure? I did for Biden.
Okay, that is what we call oversharing. Look, there's nothing you have that I want. You're not going to convince me to keep this war going. You don't have the cards.
I not play cards.
No, I know you're not literally playing cards. It's a metaphor. It's like I'm playing 4D chess and you're playing checkers.
No, I not play checkers. There is no checkerboard, you see.
Okay, let's try this. I am in the driver's seat, okay? Do you understand that expression?
No, but we are not in car.
No, you're right. We're not in a car. That's true.
Listen, Mr. Trump, I am actor/comedian. I crave attention. Since start of war, I get worshipped by presidents. I'm worshipped by Hollywood. If war ends, no more attention, no more worship. With all due respect, Mr. Trump, this war must last forever.
I tell you what, if you agree to end this war, we will do a remake of Friends, and you can play Ukrainian Chandler Bing. How does that sound?
Oh, I love the Friends. This is favorite show of me. I am such a Monica.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's sign the thing, and then I'll go show you the room where Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky did it.
Oh yes, this is funny because I just say I'm such a Monica. Maybe we will go in a room and you can be Bill Clinton and I will be Monica. Yes?
You know what? Forget the room. Let's just sign the document. Does anyone have a pen? Phil? Where's Phil? I need a pen. Somebody give me a damn pen.
Who
Just
the
get out of
fuck?
control.
Oh, dude. Yes, I mean, you can't leave anything to the TikTok, bro. They're gonna meme it all to hell. Forget about it, man. This is the way people communicate nowadays. So of course, memes amplifying this
good.
moment times a million.
I'm sorry, that shit was so hilarious when I watched it yesterday when it was being shared around, and I was sending it to all my family members, and of course I sent it to some more of the liberal side as well, so that they could see a recap, and even they were sending back like laughing emojis and stuff. I was actually kind of shocked. Yeah, it's funny because the media sentiment does not match even some like liberal family members and friends sentiment about that particular situation. So I imagine that's going to be in the State of the Union at some point, especially, Trump probably will say something along the lines of, and see how it's working. It's, something along those lines. Man, it's what a world we live in. And this is what I want AI for. This is the reason why I like AI, by the way, because just the voice cloning and lip syncing stuff, and in the most janky way too, is like it's peak memeability.
Oh yeah,
and I love it.
No,
yeah, you could tell like the low effort memes. The lower the effort, the more fire. I think that's how that goes.
I like
Yes.
it I like AI for entertainment medium, going forward tremendously. It's going to be a great way for people to basically decentralize entertainment, decentralize the music business, decentralize Hollywood, decentralize all of these things, right? But yeah, that what's so terrible about when you think about it, how much dollar value do you put on a human life, any human life, and then think about how much money has been used to enrich other people in war, not just this one, just in general, and realize that you have entire institutions and people who are more than not just happy, but kind of pissed off if you don't put that dollar value on a human life, just so you can benefit from it. That's some dark shit. I don't care who you are.
Yeah. Oh God. There's some new accounts that have popped up on the right that I think are hilarious. I won't share this one though. Maybe at an internal chat, I'll share this behind the scenes. Look, I'm sorry to my lefty friends. We got you on the memes. You can't match us. Not even close. You have too many guardrails to match us.
Well, you have to be operating out of a place that resembles
what can't mean
work.
I mean,
they can't.
The truth is that most of their agenda is contrived anyway. Like, there's not real support. It's all been manufactured and falsified.
You could try to meme that Joe Biden was smart. Meanwhile, everyone else is looking at an obvious, dementia person and a more obvious case of elder abuse, which, is again, is terrible. I mean, he's a douchebag. I'm sure he's politically he was a douchebag his whole life.
That Joe Biden was allowed to sit in that seat as a president is evidence of a conspiracy, because he was clearly not capable that whole time. No. But they didn't care because they were in control of it.
Look at Mitch McConnell. That dude is like 800 years old. He can't. He does not need to be in the Senate. Dianne Feinstein, before she died,
that was so hot. That was gross. She was. Her
kids literally had legal power of attorney on her but her votes in the Senate still counted. So explain that to me, how that's supposed to
Her
work.
aides were voting for her.
Right.
Yes.
And we're gonna pretend like that's normal. Like how do you meme that? You can't like meme it from the left. You can meme the shit out of it from the right, but you have to have truth in order to have an effective meme. And that's why, you know, the meme wars have been so successful.
Well, that, and they've literally, because of their focus on perceived moral the perceived moral high ground that they've assigned to themselves, it prevents them from actually memeing effectively, right? It comes across as easy to pick apart, because it is. And when it really comes down to, like what you said, truth. If the facts aren't on your side, it's just not going to work in the longer run, because there is no kernel of truth to the meme at that point. And it's really, and then when you put up gates and guardrails all over the place, you now are bringing yourself to a point where you can't effectively meme. You have to personally attack, which isn't a meme, right? There's no meme there if it's just a direct personal attack. You know, you can meme and make fun of something and make fun of somebody directly, with it being, as long as there's a kernel of truth. But if there's no kernel of truth there, then it's just it's a baseless personal attack at that point, right? So that's what makes an effective meme in the political sphere. And they've been wholly ineffective and actually got cannibalized by the memes in the past 4 years. And that's one of the reasons why they wanted to censor so much, right? They needed to get, you know, it's funny because what came to prominence in August, it was late August of 2019, when we started. I'm sure, Jack, you probably saw this in Peace. I don't know if you did or not, but I'm sure you did too. And maybe even GPSC and Crypto Dude here. You saw, where was the first place that you even saw that one video of those people running out of the lab and freaking out about a new virus that just got that broke containment? It was in August of 2019.
Yeah, I saw the first videos on 4chan, honestly.
Yes, they were on 4chan, and then they got shared to Twitter, and they didn't censor them at first, and then all of a sudden they all disappeared.
I wonder who requested that.
Well, I mean, Dorsey has been pretty forthcoming in who requested it now, right? And just as, of course, he was a little bit early to that game in trying to play, a little bit of image cleanup. But now you've got our resident bro over at Facebook, former Lizard King, Mark Zuckerbro. Now, of course, is done various podcasts where he's talked about the issues and who and what, where and why, which is a little too late. You know, like, go ahead and shift with the winds now when it's convenient to do so. But you definitely neither one of them were taking a stand when it mattered. So, but the thing is like, we know where this all started. And a lot of it started with USAID money. And how they launder those funds through these different NGOs and all that kind of stuff. Now they're going to find out way more, because there's way more NGOs that get funded by NIH, NIAID, and then of course there's defense contractors and organizations. So there's way more to this story that's going to be found. Like, USAID is just a way of laundering money through for political interests and causes, right? And I think it's only going to get more and more revelatory in terms of information that the public's going to have here shortly. It seems to me
that the amount of money they've been spending on these operations, and that's what it is, it's all operations. The amount of money they've been wasting on these operations legitimately has the capacity to, if we just actually cut this out, it could kind of write the budget. Like, we don't have to run budget deficits if we just stopped letting them steal money with which to propagandize against our own interests.
I mean, that's kind of the Doge recommendation, right? is to take 20%, give it back to the taxpayers, and start paying down the budget deficit, right? And start righting that ship, because if you do that, year over year, you're now saving multiple trillions of dollars. Of course, we're still going to have new spending, but are we going to end up in this? The danger is we end up in the same situation that we're trying to recover from right
That's
now,
why
right?
it's all got to
That
be
they're trying to sort
transparent.
through.
It's got to be transparent. Like that's the only thing. You have to have transparency, and you have to be able to hold people accountable. And Washington D.C. and the surrounding suburbs are like the richest real estate in this country. And like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you see why.
Access to power.
Right. And that none of this has to be this way ever again. But
It's so amazing to me, Jack, that when you bring up DC and all of the money in DC, and yet they have one of the largest ghettos in the country. Like, it rivals the size of the ghettos in LA and Chicago and New York and so on and so forth. It's kind of crazy.
All of the people affiliated with any kind of social services for that ghetto or any ghetto, they do quite well.
Yeah,
they do quite well.
Not there to fix the problem.
So there's no incentive not to just live like kings while everyone else, gets the shaft, basically.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Yeah, as I like to say, there's no market accountability. That's what blockchains and crypto and smart contracts can bring to the table for essentially the contracts that are embedded into the social contract, so to speak. We can use smart contracts to kind of readjust the alignment and create layers of accountability basically in there.
Yeah, that's exactly what's missing is accountability, because we're supposed to have privacy and they're supposed to be transparent, and it's actually been flipped to where they have privacy and the government has privacy against the citizens. We're not allowed to know what they're doing, but they actually have imposed that they really have a lot of leeway in knowing what we're doing and what we have and what we're spending without cause.
All right.
It's been flipped around.
And when people don't stop and realize that, like, your average middle ages peasant had a better quality of life than most people in the richest country in the world do today. They had more holidays. They had more time away from work. They had a better lifestyle. All of these different things. The only thing they didn't have was like modern sanitation. If you could go back in time and give them modern sanitation, that they would be looked at as the pinnacle of like human flourishing relative to where we are. That's reality.
So what you're saying is the bar isn't very high for us to set a new metric or set a new standard, right?
Not at all, because we still know how to do modern sanitation. It looked like for a minute there we might lose that, right? But we at least still know how to do that.
I crashed my browser trying to launch a prediction market on OpPredict. Will Trump mention crypto tonight? So I'm gonna go back to trying to launch this prediction market on OpPredict. Did we check on the results? Didn't DeOrganized have something on there? Didn't we launch a prediction market?
We did one yesterday. Here's the thing. I don't think I have to actually talk to Rozar, because eventually what he was saying is people will, like, when you create a market, it's up to you to like close it out with like the answer. And that's not actually there. So like I did one whether we would open what the price of stacks in the morning. Because last night it was like 72 cents, and I actually no one else.
Here's somebody that can answer that. Looks like
shit. Yeah. Speak of the man himself, the legend. Rozar, what's up, dude?
What up?
I just crashed my browser trying to launch a prediction market, but it probably has something to do with having 20 tabs open at the same time. Bitflow, got STX tools open, all of the regulars, Yeah, dude. Will Trump mention crypto tonight in his speech? He has a speech at 9.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
I like ones that we can resolve fast because we can because I think there's probably more bugs with like resolution and payouts and stuff because it's like it's deeper down the process of testing.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up and maybe show off some of these prediction markets. I'm surprised it's not overran by a bunch of political stuff yet, but we'll get there, right? So we've got like the highest weekly trading volume. We've got will any new country adopt Bitcoin? I know that we launched one as DeOrganized was it Friday or Thursday?
I definitely need to add like a filter, like filtering and searching here, like especially for like ones you've made.
Yeah, it would make it a lot easier to find them instead of
navigate through there,
having them all in order by time when they were launched. Is that kind of how you have it?
Control F on your browser, bro, and type in D or whatever you typed it in.
Yeah, just like a little search bar right here or something for some of these different prediction markets. Maybe even being able to sort by your favorite administrator that's launched a market would be a good feature.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one of like the top, like the most important filter. Like as soon as I have that going.
Yeah, it's dope. It's looking good so far. What type of what have you seen the most action on? Like Bitcoin favored stuff, or did you see more political things get better action? What are you seeing people answering the most, putting their money up?
Honestly, that's a good question. Like I don't have a ton of analytics other than the leaderboard, and that's more like tallies and it's anonymized. So I need like question specific or like market specific analytics so I can see like which markets are the best performing. So that's going to be useful to like create more markets that are would be popular, because a lot of these I generated with AI. So, and ideally, like there'll be a lot of markets created automatically, because like things like price movement or like volume, like these are good markets to make automatically because we can also resolve them automatically. So
yeah, that was another thing that we were just talking about, is that you have to kind of go back in and punch in what's answer one, at the end of the day as the administrator that launched the market. Yeah.
Ideally, they're as automated as possible. Like some can't be, but because they're a little, I don't know. With AI, maybe nothing's impossible now. But
right, you can tap into what is it that Michael uses? He uses BB. What is it called? OpenBB. Have you ever heard of OpenBB?
I have not. What is that?
So OpenBB is like you can kind of like pull up different dashboards from different media outlets. For example, you can tune into like Cointelegraph and pull the feed from that and get all the analytics from it. Essentially, it utilizes AI to get answers for you. So maybe it's something that you could look into. OpenBB.
Hey, we have a little bit of breaking news from a little while ago. President Bukele has told the IMF, "Oh, fuck themselves."
Won't stop.
Let's go. He's gonna hodl. He's getting some Bitcoin and hodling and sticking it to the man.
I love
it's funny that there can be the man when you're the president of the country, but there's always someone, I guess.
Shadow government.
Yeah.
Right.
Where's the top of that? It's eventually like one of those fucking Spider-Man poses that are all pointing at each other.
Classic meme. Yeah, it's interesting. I wanna launch that prediction market and see Maybe we could do something live. I can get that prediction market launched for if crypto is mentioned in his speech. We're gonna try to go through and see if we can't cover some of the speech tonight. See if the markets pump if he gives out some bullish sentiment. I also saw in my bookmarks that Trump is already. Lutnick states that Trump may reverse the tariffs on Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. So a whole full day of 25% tariffs. What were the tariffs on Canada and Mexico?
25%, right? Reciprocal, and it's not even reciprocal. We should do it by goods and tax them 600% on some of their shit, 400% on some of their.
What do we see happen to the markets
they do.
if we see those numbers reverse tomorrow and we don't see bad CPI data that is negative?
Well, I mean, tomorrow is Fed data, and what we're looking for is unemployment data, and the assumption right now is that the rates remain the same per the guidance put out by the Fed. Including their mailed materials, which yes, they still mail materials out. That you can get them digitally, but if you want, you will get them mailed to you. It looks as though the plan is end QT in June or July timeframe. So basically, end of spring into summer, and quite honestly. I think that a rate cut or a rate hike would be very volatile to the market tomorrow, right? Obviously, the market's going to be gauging whether or not there's going to be more pressure on to cut rates if there's unemployment that is increasing again, right? Versus staying steady or decreasing. Optimally, what I'll tell you is the market wants to put in a low. Now I'm talking traditional markets. They want to put in a low. It is been unsuccessful. It's been an absolute bloodbath for quite some time over the past couple of weeks here, 2 weeks or so, or a week and a half, I guess. At least, in terms of looking at NASDAQ and SPY that were coming off new all-time highs, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how the market takes advantage of it in the lower term timeframes, but realistically, they're looking for a low to be set, even if it ends up bouncing to a lower high in traditional markets. But they are looking for a low to be set. Whether or not that happens tomorrow or later remains to be seen. I can tell you that it's getting in lower term timeframes, it's getting kind of critical for traditional markets. And if you want me to jump into it, I can actually show you why. From a price perspective.
Yeah, do it a little bit. You feel like sharing your screen?
Yeah, let me get it all set up here. I was going to share a different screen. Here, let's do an interlude and a preview of the Democrat narrative here for just a moment.
Yes.
Wah. Oh, sorry, I thought that we were just giving invitations up there.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, that's what we're looking at. But here we go. This is a Democratic senator from California, or a Democratic House member.
Here, let me bring it up for you.
So let me get this over here. Just take note of the last portion of what she says, because it's the most important part about what she says. This is a very serious speech right now. So let me go ahead and
you don't care about this country, and that is unacceptable if you claim to be the president of the United States. So we are here. We are not going anywhere. We are going to continue to fight back, and we are going to continue to speak lies to his truth, to his stealing, and to his...
They're going to speak lies to his truth. Boy, oh boy, did the mask come off with that slip, huh? Because boy, oh boy, is that what they've been doing. They're going to speak lies to his truth.
That's not great.
Speaking of...
not a good one.
That's... I just... Hold on. Replay.
To his truth, to his stealing, his truth, lies, to continue to speak lies. We're going to continue to speak lies to his truth back, and we are going to continue to speak lies to his truth. We're going to continue to speak lies to his truth.
That's rough.
Very
That
rough.
is
That's
like
a career ender right there.
So
Daisy.
fucking good.
They're never gonna live that one down.
The memes.
Look at the
Yeah,
one
no,
behind her
listen,
there, like looking at her like, did she
Oh,
just?
she
this face right here is like, wait, what did you say? Even she's like,
all of
huh?
them are like
She's like,
This one
yo,
was right,
yo,
didn't even
this-
notice. She's like, yeah, that's right.
Her handlers are
This-
going to be doing a Trump
this has
impression
to be
later,
me.
saying "you're fired."
yeah, basically, like, yo, yeah, good luck. No, she's gonna segue this into some sort of media career at some point. Like, she's gonna end up on The View as like, she's gonna replace one of the View hosts next. Look, like, it is funny because they've been doing a lot of these Freudian slips, and it really is like the mask kind of coming off because they are so discombobulated when it comes to trying to control the narrative because they've completely lost control of it, and now they're going after Elon for this and in many other ways, any way that they possibly can, because they know that a big part of why Trump swept in such a manner, not just in the electoral votes, but the popular vote, and then sweeping the House and the Senate. That was just like they where did this come from? We had control of the narrative. We told ourselves that we had control of the narrative. Damn you, Elon. And that's and ever since then they've just been up their own ass trying to figure out what's been going on, and during this proctology exam on themselves they've learned that they can only be assholes, and that's really what it comes down to. Sorry, my analogies are getting a little out of pocket tonight.
It's accurate.
They're colorful. I like it.
Like a baboon. Call it.
So I'm going to speak lies to truth real quick here, and maybe show you some hopium. So, man, I'm going to use that. I'm going to overuse
truth,
that.
Man, that's so rough.
So do we.
That dude, like you said, a career.
We're going to speak lies to his truth. Thank you, Rep. Thank you, Rep from California. Sit down and shut up. Look, there's still an ongoing move for Dow Jones to the downside. It's getting to the point where it's already done a gap fill over here, and this is expansion, just like Bitcoin expanding to the downside. In the context of the weekly, this is also looking a little rough, just like Bitcoin. We did get a slightly new higher high, but a lower high close, and then it's racing back. It needs to hold the lows here at 41.8 or so, a little bit over 41.8, 41.850 or so, because then this starts to look pretty nasty for Dow. This is, by the way, this is a lower low close to a lower high close. So this is a market structure shift, but it's not telling us much because it never broke down from the lows here for Dow. And this still did make it's giving us a warning in terms of closing price, closing lower low, closing lower high. But there is still the chance, because we had a higher low swing and a higher high swing, that this could go into a consolidation. We have to await the next bounce, and it's getting pretty desperate in terms of momentum here. One thing that I will always say when evaluating markets is when we get expansion, don't fade the actual expansion numbers down here, because this is telling us closes below the lower seconds, continued volatility expansion to the downside, even if you have other metrics. So this is just a charted representation of that expansion that I have included in my indicator. And we do see that momentum is desperate though, but the close below 42,733 twists momentum back down. The close came in at 42,521. So it's continuation to the downside in terms of momentum on the daily for Dow. But Dow doesn't always play the same as NASDAQ and SPY. So those are the more interesting ones to me at this particular moment as it relates to the crypto space. As we have NASDAQ that did get a bounce in a pretty key area. And we have some key levels that I have marked for myself personally that are just old levels that I was looking at. But there's this entire downtrending structure here that encompasses this lower high and higher low on the weekly here. this is a major level that that the market's coming into, and I believe if you're going to go to a monthly, it's no, this almost yes, this can just be nuked. I don't need any of this, any of these drawings on this particular chart. For NASDAQ, what's more important is looking at the monthly slowdown. You know, we've seen monthly slowdowns that lose that upper second usually lead to some nastiness. Sometimes it's riding the upper second and loses the upper first. In this case, I'm sorry, I meant upper first. So loses the upper first. It starts playing around it, loses it, boom, down, loses the upper first all in one go. Of course, that was 2020. Loses the upper first, big bear market. You know, this was transition, so this was back into the uptrend, but potentially this month we need to watch NASDAQ, because if it loses the upper first, at minimum, I'm looking for I'm not looking for new highs anytime soon, at least in the next month. I would be looking for potentially running to wherever the basis band ends up for NASDAQ, which is likely going to update to like 18, it's 18,500 right now. But could, you know, potentially head up to like 18,750 to 19,000 rather, 18,750 to 19,000. That's a big correction in traditional markets, and you know, could it get continuation down? Never know. We just gauge it from there. But on the daily, what's interesting about this particular expansion to the downside for NASDAQ is it did break structure, right? It broke the lows here, but there's a lot of structure on the daily to hold on to in here, even getting a nice gap fill over here. And gap fills are pretty common in traditional markets. But this has been, you know, an expansive move to the downside from one side of the bands all the way through to the other side and getting continuation past a level of support. A couple levels of support in this case, and you know, kind of opening underneath this level over here after the gap fill over here, and it's really got to hang on to this low. It's desperate for a bounce, and we see that it's actually in a better position to bounce than Dow. The close for today came in above. Where was the close? The close was 20,352. So we are going to see an initial momentum shift above this pivot of 20,250. So this is a counter trend signal. When we start seeing a momentum shift at extremes, we did close slightly above the lower second. So gauging whether or not, you know, this is going to be sustainable doesn't mean that it's not going to continue a downtrend or even go down further. But at minimum, I'm on the lookout for lower term time frame bounces that might extend right from where it was. Otherwise, you know, it's down further, right? You know, we're looking for a further drawdown. We have no indications yet that mean reversion is even in play, and that's when you get expansion, and then volatility hits its max and starts to cool down, and then price starts to come up towards the basis band as it's headed down. In this case, that would be mean reversion. That's the price rising towards a falling basis. So it's pretty nasty in traditional markets. You think it's been nasty in crypto? Traditional market traders are not used to this. I mean, I say that, but then they get moves like this to the upside. But then we get a lot of this crap. You know, this was a big move up, but it was, you know, it takes its time, right? This is a fast move down and a very sharp move down in a shorter period of time, which traditional market players are not as used to. When looking at SPY, we're looking at the same thing. We got a lower low than this low over here, but you know, technically the close open still remained above. 576 is the pivot. So what we're looking for is where's volatility? Move still ongoing, 93 over 78, still full on expansion, still closing below the lower second. Those two are just basically telling us the same information in that case. And what we're looking for here is, you know, we closed above or we closed below 578. So it's continuation to the downside. You know, it's saying that this move, you know, maybe in lower term timeframes could start bouncing. but it's still heavily angled to the downside. And in this case, traditional markets are not painting a very friendly picture in general. So that's one of the reasons why, despite what I've mentioned about in my video yesterday that I uploaded after hanging out with you guys here, where I described Bitcoin getting a bounce, that this big move down on expansion, the bounce back up, hitting a key level at $95,000 and then dumping off was kind of what I had talked about last Friday. And then it occurred over the weekend into Monday. Well, because we had expansion past the bands to the downside, one of my favorite plays in lower term timeframes is a retest of that expansive posture. In this case, the lower second, and then trying to go back into some sort of mean reversion play. We've kind of already done that. But I think that, even if we make some new lower lows, this move is likely to going to start consolidating again soon. Because even if this move on Bitcoin were to put in the higher low here, take out the high and change structure, it's got to go back into a compression. So, even if it were to run all the way back up into the $100,000 and above, it's going to come back down for structure, like as a potential. And traditional markets, they're hunting for any kind of thing to latch onto for good news to get a bounce, because that could prevent this further downside expansion. Maybe we see that around, maybe the market feels good about the State of the Union. Maybe it feels good about whatever Powell is going to say tomorrow. And maybe that could help stave off some of this sell-off in traditional markets, because the stronger that the sell-off gets in traditional markets, the more effect it will have. Although I will tell you, all things considered, Bitcoin is hanging on pretty damn well, right? It hasn't even hit some of the deeper targets that we've even discussed here. It hit the first of those targets at 80,000 and swung under it and then popped back up, right? The more aggressive targets are somewhere around 68 to 70,000 or 70 to 75 for Bitcoin. And it didn't do that, even though traditional markets are continuing to get beaten up, right? What I will tell you is traditional markets, if they continue to get beat up and don't bounce, we're likely going to see at minimum for like Bitcoin and, a retest of the lows, maybe lower, right? But at minimum, a retest of the low, although nice buyback off that lower second for now. If you want to look to Bitcoin, where would it set a higher low? Because this is a higher low swing as it relates to the $78,000 swing down here. Because this is a higher low swing coming off of an expanded posture for volatility. If it sets a higher low, it's going to do it on closes above $89,000. So the Tuesday high here, as we do have the Wednesday candle open, it opened inside of the threshold between our lower first and basis. And we would need to see that close to settle low above $89,000. And then we can entertain the possibility, because it would be a higher low. We could entertain the possibility of a potential trend break with a higher low in place. Now, that's only a trend reversal setup. That is not full trend, right? So we would still need to see from here, even if it sets a low, and that being a higher low on a swing, higher low on a close, we need to see $95,000 closed above. We need to see then these two swings hold to the downside on any would break down and likely go for the full Monty and try to go for some of the deeper targets. So there are a few things to be aware of. And there is, I do think, because of the way that we saw the hedge funds unwind at the end of February. And I mentioned this yesterday. A lot of the pressure when Bitcoin was at, holding support here coming into the end of February was pressure down on expansion from hedge funds unwinding their positions that they had open coming into the end of the month. They were arb trading on the way up. They were taking and buying spot on the ETF shares and then going to CME and shorting to hedge. And there's an arb trade to be had there as the premium between CME and Bitcoin spot price squeezed. while it was going sideways. It was like, okay, we got to reevaluate these trades. We've squeezed all the juice we can. You get out of the position on the spot side, markets start to tumble. Traditional markets are already falling anyway. And then you can unwind the short side of the position when appropriate, right? And then you reposition, do it all over again. And their big unwind was timely because it was coming in at the end of the month. And everyone in the market needs to reposition for the end of the quarter, and start preparing for the next quarter, because this month is the end of quarter month. So we have that Q1 to Q2 transition.
Dude, that was fast.
Yeah, I know, right? And here's the crazy part. You remember all of last year, whenever I was asked about Bitcoin price action, what did I say? Well, Trump's elected. We're all excited. Understand that the Q1 to Q2 transition is likely going to be the one to pay attention to, and likely to be rocky, right? Because he's got to get in office. He's got to implement the agenda that he campaigned on. And we're now in that time period. And it's just happened to be a perfect storm of events. And look, I'm not a predictor of markets. I'm just reading the room, right? These are just things that we know. And while I would love to be the bull market cheerleader and just say up only all the time, one of the reasons why when you and I and everybody here is talking and we do market analysis on Tuesdays, the reason why we can be so accurate with this stuff is because we adhere to the KISS theory. Keep it simple, stupid, and don't overthink it and cheer for a particular direction. Just use logic. Look at what's right there in front of you. You have all the information you need. And it's definitely been interesting. And I've been having fun. I know the market hasn't been having fun. I've been having fun. And I hope that everyone here has been having fun as well.
Yeah, if they're paying attention to your TA, dude, you've given them the if-then statements to be successful. So, be sure to follow Cryptolandy on X. Dude is solid and continually putting out, different videos explaining the fundamentals and getting you into the know on Bitcoin price action. Even leaning into a little bit of the traditional markets there today too. That insight is very valuable, dude. Appreciate you getting into that shit because, I want to know how many points out of 10 is Jack's 200x long on STX right now.
Oh gosh. If he was taking it 72 cents at the low support, he said, not feeling good right now, but 70 cents.
So it's just under.
It's got to close above 78 to turn momentum back to the upside. Let's hunt for some bullish news for him. If Bitcoin bounces further, then it's bullish. It needs to get back above 72 cents first off. So above 65 for the next couple of 4-hour candles. There is pressure up. There's going to be pressure down on the hourly. So it needs to hold its most recent low at what is that? 64.5 cents. It needs to hold 64.5 cents. I mean, otherwise this thing's going to fall into the 50 cent range. That's just a fact, right? It does have a chance. It needs to regain this zone between 72, almost 73.
For my feet picks.
Yeah, dude. I've been trying to sell it too, man.
I mean,
not yours, mine.
We can't be doing market sentiment analysis on feet picks in the middle of the crash. We're supposed to be doing this before the crash so that we can load up on dry powder.
No, but I'm out of dry powder, and if it goes
it
to 50 cents, I don't know if I can sell feet picks.
Is there for feet picks right now, dude?
Actually, like FatLife.com, you got Feet Fest, you got OnlyFans, you got tons of places you can sell them on. I mean, we could probably make on-chain.
What was the first one?
I think it was like FatLife.com. I don't know.
FatLife?
FatLife.
What's up, Doc?
What's up,
to the DeOrganized
Don't
Nightly.
ask me how I know this shit. I just know this shit.
Oh, dude, you're dropping knowledge, bro. You're putting in that work, proof of work. We can always respect proof of work, right, guys?
Everyone's got their proof of work
Yes.
somewhere.
Pictures, or he didn't prove it.
And I don't think Jack is 200x long. He did say he took a long, so I wanted to get.
I don't know. I don't know if it was 200x.
Yeah, I don't think it's 200x. But he did go long.
Here's what all the market participants are really paying attention to. If you want the real alpha, you watch Dixie. M2 money supply is increasing already. So the Fed saying like, we're not going to end QT until such and such date.
What the Dixie is to the viewers at home.
This is the dollar index. This is basically the U.S. dollar versus a basket of currencies. And essentially, when this is headed up, like in 2022, the strengthening dollar means that you typically will see markets falling. When we see, of course, in 2022 into 2023, we saw markets recovering. And then, of course, it went in a range for a very long time. This is a very big range, by the way. And dollar dominance, essentially a weaker dollar means that, there's essentially more in circulation, right? Or M2 money supply is up, is often what you'll hear as well. Or there's printing. We don't currently have QE. We don't currently have printing. We do have printing, but it's in different things and bills. Quantitative easing, yeah. And right now we're in a tightening phase. Quantitative tightening, quantitative easing. And there's a whole ecosystem of like factors that are implied with quantitative easing. That's not, don't worry about that when you can just look at this chart.
Okay.
We see that the dollar deviated. Dixie deviated a long-term consolidation. It expanded up and now it's back in. And what bulls want to see is the dollar staying in this zone and continuing to fall. It's really what they want to see. That's, when people are talking about deflationary death spiral, they're talking about the dollar dominance increasing massively, meaning the dollar is getting very, very valuable versus other currencies, and then of course versus other assets. That's a deflationary crash in that case. Typically, that means that you have less dollars in circulation. There's no printing and there's no spending, and the velocity of money slows down. Therefore, we start getting that stagnation following dollar dominance in the marketplace in general. The dollar value or the dollar strength increasing typically is deflationary, right? And has deflationary pressures, which is why we get the rate raises, right? When the rates were being raised. What was happening? We were raising rates and then we went sideways for a while, but we had, the rate raises all the way through 2022. And we continued to get some, but by that point we had kind of, we kind of milked that cow at that point, in terms of the downside. And then we had the stabilization of the dollar after a big move down and the market kind of recalibrating itself. In this case, we have what could potentially be by Friday a break back into this long-term range for the US dollar in terms of its value versus other fiat currencies around the world. If you're more interested, you can just look up US dollar index, which currencies are in that basket. There's no real need to get into that because the more important part is it is back in the range and pressure down below 108. Daily's probably looking for a bounce, to be quite honest. Now it's failing, as it did already get its bounce. It got its bounce right in around supports. It failed and then came back down. So this is good for risk on assets. And we haven't seen this being translated this past week, last week into this week. We haven't seen that translate into bullishness in markets, right? And I suspect that we're either going to get continuation to the downside in traditional markets on Powell's statements and outlook for the economy in terms of the economic numbers coming in with unemployment and non-farm payrolls, or it's going to get a nice bounce. Traditional markets will try to get a nice bounce and try to recover where they are. And that would be good for Bitcoin, considering Bitcoin's position, considering altcoins and where they're positioned right now. It would be good for them as well, including stacks. So I did want to kind of leave you with that. Dollar dominance and some of these wider conversations surrounding like macroeconomics, everything is tied together, right? I always talk to you about Bitcoin because all of the data of all of that other stuff, is built into the price action of Bitcoin already, which is why it's one of the cleanest. And that's really any chart that you're looking at outside of rug pulls and penny stocks. You're going to have most of that data built in for you. It's just the likelihood of like, hey, if Bitcoin puts in a higher low here, could it break the downtrend? Well, if traditional markets are continuing to rocket to the downside while Bitcoin is doing something different, then continuation back to the new highs and higher is a little less likely, right? Because it's pressure down in other markets. This is now the outlier asset. And many would argue that at some point it's going to be the complete outlier asset. We will see, but due to its fixed supply and its pressure on circulating supply. So just, keep an eye on this, on how the market reacts in the coming days, because it is going to be very important, I think, in the coming couple of weeks. And, as we really get into the meat of March.
Yeah, dude. It's not often that you see like everything dumping together, including Dixie and traditional markets and Bitcoin. Usually they're like opposite, like correlated inversely, So
Yes.
We're seeing everything kind of dump together. And I know that a lot of people have been shaken up. Is there any type of hopium like to cling on to? Do we see any type of bullish news coming out other than like the crypto summits and stuff like that?
I mean,
Bitcoin?
It's been pretty damn bullish surrounding crypto in terms of the narrative. Where the quote unquote perceived bearish news is on the traditional market side with all the tariff talk and all this other stuff, because they see it as bearish. We live in a time where Trump is trying to essentially fundamentally change the way the system works, right? And for those players in the system, they're not going to be too receptive to it at first. So, when you're moving to fundamentally change the way that America does business around the world, well, you're going to see a reaction, because it's, our markets are open to international interests as well. They can invest here as well. They can buy American, they can invest in the stock market and buy American stocks. There's plenty of vectors for them to do so. There's also, economic implications for all these other countries. And there's economic implications for us here at home. So when transitioning from status quo to something new, we typically will be in for a little bit of a rocky time. And I'll be honest, if any other president tried this at this point, I think we would have already broken down in traditional markets and crypto markets and everything.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I don't think. I'm saying that I think we would have already been in the meat of a breakdown in markets. Yeah. And in this case, I think that things are fairly muted, considering the massive changes that are occurring.
Yeah.
And I mean, all the news surrounding crypto is fairly positive and bullish. It's more about the implementation now.
So like everybody, like all of the outflows from the ETFs, all of that is just like pretty much just shaking everybody out. And is that part of it that's happening right now?
I'm going to show you something simple there, or we'll reshare this screen, because this is something I have shown you before. Let me just get this up here. When we're looking at, like, you're talking about outflows. Well, we had, like, what was it, Fidelity with 100 million in inflows, right? Which means that they got to pick up some Bitcoin, which they did. Because they have to issue They have to collect collateral and issue shares based on that collateral, right? Or sell those shares and then back it with the collateral by the end of the day. So we did see that. That's part of why we got a very nice bounce as the institutional buyers here. But this is the exchange reserve balances for Bitcoin. Now this is an aggregate across many exchanges. There's a big old list here of all the different exchanges, but it's basically any exchange you can think of where retail can go as well as bigger players. Like anybody can go to these exchanges. So these are the main crypto exchanges that we know of, spot and derivative exchanges in terms of their balance or their Bitcoin reserves. How much Bitcoin do they have on the books? And you'll see that, I've shown this before here. I don't have my normal tools, but the purple here is the exchange reserve balance. The white line here is price action, right? And, we are in a, during this run up to $100,000, we have seen a sharp decrease in the exchange's balance or the total exchange reserve balance across all aggregate exchanges, right? And this is, this started to occur right around November. This was a race to buy Bitcoin, right? And there's all kinds of pressures on this decreasing circulating exchange balance supply of Bitcoin. And if we were to scroll out further, this has been something that we increase the view here. You remember I've had my gripes about what occurred last cycle because the bigger players in the game, along with politicians and an entire administration, allowed for retail to be washed out. You remember all those politicians that were friends with SBF and all of the different regulators that allowed some of the products to be out there on and listed on traditional market exchanges, right? And your Celsius, BlockFi, Voyagers of the world, right? They allowed all of it, and it was purposeful, right? It was all to wash out retail and scare them off. Because you look at the once Bitcoin came off the lows, the entire time that Bitcoin was on those massive lows, we saw exchange reserves dump, right? In terms of how much available Bitcoin there was on exchanges. Now there's other factors, right? Obviously FTX collapsed at that time. But that meant that as price dove down to those new levels, for spot price down to $15,500, people were just buying as much Bitcoin and taking it off the exchanges. And then we had a little bit of a rise in terms of inflows into exchanges. But this was now in a macro downtrend from the last cycle. Prior to that, the exchange balances for Bitcoin were rising, and they all the way until 2019 and to 2020. 2020 is where we had an inflection point in the first big downtrend for exchange reserve balances. And then it legged up into 28,000 when Bitcoin made 65K and then headed down to like 28K. We saw an uptrend in exchange balance. And then it entered a downtrend from that $69,000 high all the way through the bear market. It continued its downtrend in terms of Bitcoin on exchanges, in terms of exchange reserves, in through the ETFs. And then just absolutely ETFs launch, and then exchange reserves just drop like a rock. And you can see how it's getting more. ETFs launch, we see that it's consistent exchange balances going down, and then Trump election, and then boom, absolutely nuked. And I accidentally highlighted that. We absolutely got a massive amount of Bitcoin leaving exchanges. So exchange reserve balances are down. And you'll note what happened here while price is going sideways and then dumping what happened for the exchange reserve balance? We saw some inflows, some outflows, a little bit more inflows, and now outflows. Now, if you were going to aggregate outflows, you can actually get like right down to the meat of it. There are indicators for that. This is just aggregating the exchange balance for Bitcoin, so the end of day balance on across all the exchanges. So some exchanges got inflows and others got outflows. And it's just been kind of going sideways. And of course, this started right around, we started to see massive drop in exchange balance. And then we saw a little bit of a rise coming into the end of February. And that was players in traditional markets, typically in this case, hedge funds, letting go of their spot positions while they had built those short positions at the highs on futures exchanges like CME. Then they slowly start getting rid of those positions. People try to come in and buy bought the rip here, thinking like, okay, exchange balance comes down, peaks back up, and that little peak right there at the end of February was them unwinding their positions, their spot ETF positions, and that was the inflows that brought Bitcoin down to $70,000. And you might be thinking like, wow, it sounded massive when I'm looking at it online. I'm reading about it on X. Like there's this big unwind and all these redemptions and basically, all these coins coming back out of custody and back into circulation. What you got to have the context of is because there is only 2.4 million Bitcoin on exchanges. When we were sitting at over 3 million, 3.5, over 3 million. And then, last cycle, almost 3.4 million, 3.3 million coins on exchanges. As that circulating supply of the coins decreases, that means that every single inflow and outflow is magnified in terms of its volatile reaction in price. Because it only takes a little bit now to move that market. Right, a little bit of an outflow, a little bit of an inflow will have massive repercussions because there is a much smaller pool of coins in circulation on these exchanges. So I think that is the best that I can do in my tired state for explaining this. But I wanted to kind of put it in perspective. Like, hey, you remember when they say, that you should probably get some Bitcoin because somebody else will want it? Here you go. These are all the other people that want your Bitcoin, right? So I've become a Bitcoin collector over my time in the markets. It has always been my suggestion that everyone else become a Bitcoin collector too.
Is that a all-time low for amount of Bitcoin on exchanges?
No. I mean, the all-time low was basically there was no Bitcoin on exchanges, but it is a gotcha. Where were we at? 2.4 million, 2.4 million. Yeah, we were, right around the consolidation before the big drop down into the actual low of the bear market of 2018. Bitcoin was consolidating sideways. We saw increasing Bitcoin increasingly coming onto exchanges, so their reserves were increasing in this case, kind of stagnated and then increased massively into the bear market low, went sideways while things recovered, increased again. And then it wasn't until 2020 when we saw the first real big downtrend into the first recovery after the big dump off in March of 2020. We all remember what that was. That was a global economic shutdown. So, and they took the opportunity to do what? By the way, we didn't have stimulus checks, but it was buying the dip. Yeah, stimulus checks weren't issued yet. So that was institutional grade investors getting in there and saying, Bitcoin, I could use some.
Get in the game, yeah. Right on, dude. I think that, this puts things into perspective, right? Like we see demand still going up and then supply going down. It's basic. It's keep it simple, stupid at its finest, right? Buy whatever is up and supply is down. Very simple. And
there's other factors happening right now, like miner capitulation. So there is some inflows coming in from miners too that are taking profit pretty heavily at that range above, because Bitcoin was way above their production cost. In the $100,000 range, when within the margin of error, Bitcoin total production cost probably around 83,000, 84,000 right now. So Bitcoin trading above it again. But
I know you spoke briefly either yesterday or last week about you're bullish on Bitcoin all the way up to like cost of energy to mine, right?
I'm bullish. Excuse my French. I'm
Well, you're
bullish
buying.
as fuck if
Yeah.
it's getting anywhere close. I'm selling everything. I don't care. I will live on the street just to buy more Bitcoin below miner production cost. For the lowest level that you can measure is the electrical cost. And there is a few. I think I sent you, GP. I think it was you that I sent the website to.
Possibly.
But
You have
yeah, it's
before.
Caprioli.com. Charles Edwards of Caprioli.com has some good charts on it. He needs to fix the website, or they need to fix the website, I should say. But they have a miner production cost metric on their website under their Insights tab. And it's fairly close. It's within the margin of error what we're seeing, for my miners in terms of production cost, if you were going to equate it in Bitcoin terms. The biggest thing is like, I think miner electrical cost is somewhere around, like, that's the lowest level. That's just measuring what the electricity costs in Bitcoin terms per Bitcoin is to produce Bitcoin, I should say, or to mine a block is about 60,000, maybe like 58,000 to $60,000 is just the electrical cost alone. If you're going to look at, like, that's for the most efficient mining operations, by the way. It's usually a little bit higher, but that's within the margin of error. Some are going to be a little bit lower, depending on their PPAs, which is your power plant agreements, and many other factors that factor into that. But like total production cost is fairly accurate for that he's calculated over there as well, which I believe is somewhere around. I'd actually have to look. I mean, because it doesn't update. His indicator doesn't update until close, because he's taking and aggregating like the actual blocks mined and hash and history and like all this other crap. It's actually, I'm amazed that he was able to wizard out how the production cost metrics, pretty brilliantly done, because it is very close to what we see internally. But in this case,
how do you spell Caprioli?
It's Caprioli, CAPRIOLE.com. And you can also go right to Charles Edwards' Twitter account, and he has the official link to Caprioli.com in his bio. That's usually the way, because I don't, we all don't like clicking links and stuff. So I usually tell people, just go to their X page, make sure it's the real handle, and follow their link. But production cost for Bitcoin is just like total production cost. And total production. Oh, I think he might have updated his site. Did he take it off of here? He might be fixing this indicator after all my bitching about it, huh? Let's go ahead and look into this. Well, that would be kind of shitty.
Get it done, Landy.
He's got the energy value one, which is the aggregated production cost. All right, so 58,720 is the miner electrical cost in Bitcoin terms. So just accounting for electrical cost, and production cost is around, total production cost is around 82,700. I will say that one's a little iffy. If you're gonna say like that's, ours is a little bit less. We're fortunate, but that part of that is because our electrical cost is a little bit less. So
how often do you see a a discrepancy that big where we're trading at like 80,000 and the cost to mine is down there in the lower like 50s, 60s?
Well, no. Cost to mine, that's only electrical. What we're looking at in cost to mine here is total production cost, or you could say the total production cost is somewhere around 82,700 is what he's estimating. That is within the margin of error, at least 1 or 2 points within the margin of error here. And price is, at 87,600. So price is above total production cost, and it is actually in the metrics that I'm looking at for our operations as well. But how often in bull runs, entire bear market, miners are underwater? It's minor capitulation most of the time, more often than not, in those bear markets. But it was actually particularly nasty 2022 coming into 2023. It was nasty. It was probably the nastiest we had seen, because we had rising energy costs, and a lot of guys had to rework their deals in that environment with rising energy costs. So it was very difficult. And then the Biden administration didn't make it any easier, at least here in the United States. So, there was some pain. there's just a little bit of pain occurring. And these, I don't know how long this particular indicator on his website. First of all, it's broken on the webpage right now, unless it's just the web browser I'm using. But what I will say is I don't know how long his calculation is going to hold up for. It has deviated ever so slightly over the years that I've been looking at it, but then it corrected. So I don't really know. But it is the closest thing in terms of like somebody who's actually charting this stuff has gotten to like within the margin of error of what we're actually running, at least that I can relate to.
Good enough for Landy, good enough for me.
For now, yeah. And I'm always looking for something that's better, right? I'm always on the hunt for like where's there some more confluent data that's out there for the public that I can try to find. Not just for myself, but for everybody else.
So we are looking to do a little bit of live coverage of Trump's speech.
It's coming up.
Does anybody know where we can
I
find that?
actually have it ready to go. I have the White House's feed direct from the White House queued up on YouTube. They say their feed doesn't start until 9:10, so the speech probably isn't happening until 9:10. But I have it ready to go, and I also have the NPR pre-planned annotated fact check the president ready to go too, so we can laugh at them
while they try to flood President Trump while he's speaking live. Yeah, I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, fact check their fact checks.
Yeah, fact checks the fact check.
I think we should
fact check.
We should sack check the fact checks.
Yep.
Yeah, sack check fact checks. I like it. It has a ring to it.
I was going to tell you guys, I appreciate you entertaining me and having me on here. I'm actually going to go eat some dinner, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. You're more than welcome to keep me on stage. I might chime in. I might not, but
you're welcome.
I'm going to go eat dinner. I'm going to keep this stream on because I want to hear you guys reacting to this as well in the background. But it is a late dinner for me. It is a very late dinner for me, and there's reasons why, but we'll get into that maybe some other day. This is like I didn't eat all day, so I have to go and eat dinner because I'm used to eating on the West Coast around this time, and I just realized. I just realized it's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Yeah, it's a late dinner.
Yeah, so I'll be hanging out. So
yeah, cool,
thanks,
man.
Dude.
Enjoy your dinner.
Appreciate you.
If you have a chance to drop back by, obviously we always love to have you. And it's a topical subject that you're familiar with, so would love to have your insights if you're around.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get. Do you think that I'm bad when it comes to talking about markets, bro? Oof. Politics.
We were talking about the first time I met you. It was, I think, on Staxy's space, and I was helping her co-host. And you came up, and we were talking about Bobby Kennedy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. That was before. That was way before he teamed up with Trump.
Oh, he was still
Still,
it was way before that.
yeah, trying to fight the good fight.
Was that before or after Peace learned how to drink water?
This was
Way before.
before.
Well
This was
before
a
that.
long time before Peace had his water drinking incident. Yeah,
Gotcha.
pre-Peace water boy days. Yep.
The water boy days. That's glorious, dude.
All right, my food is here, so I'm gonna go grab it. Take care, everybody. I'll be hanging out, and maybe I'll chime in when during the Trump stuff.
Nice.
Much love,
Solid,
guys.
dude. Yeah, dude.
See
Much
you later.
love. Enjoy your dinner, man. Yeah, dude. Speaking of dude, Crypto Dude, did you want to maybe get into a little bit about like BoostX and what we can do with it now? What you have, any updates that you've pushed into the Chrome store, etc.
Yeah, so we got the notifications coming for when you're receiving your boost. It's putting a little rocket on the bells right there on X for you. Oh, got some loud background noise here. Sorry. Got the Boost X rocket basically on the bell, and then also we're adding 12 new tokens, which Rosar, you might be happy to hear one of those in there. Got some charisma up in there.
Ah.
Yeah. So,
Let's go.
yeah.
We're in the game.
Got I won't read them all out right now, but I'll be putting a tweet out about here in a little bit. The notifications are simple right now. It's not like super, detailed, but just trying to get it out so people have a little heads up. Obviously, as we iterate through features, existing features will receive touch up and stuff. So I'm excited.
Exciting.
Yeah, so see right over there on the left where you got your notification bell, the little 5 on it.
Like over here.
On the left hand side up where it says notifications with your blue 5. Yeah,
Right here.
There'll be a little rocket icon on the left hand side of that bell.
It's so solid, dude. I love being able to send and transact right from X. It is a dope innovation for the Stacks blockchain. Very excited to maybe get into what we could do with NFTs with it. That was one of the things that you
NFT minting. So see where it says you might like, and then it's got those 3 suggestions on who to follow.
Yeah,
trying to stylize something similar to this in terms of a featured collection or 2, maybe 3 at a time with the little mint button, and then their associated. Instead of saying follow, have the mint button there, and then obviously a link to their existing Twitter page.
So it would just be like a normal module right there on your X account. Like, you'd be able to, either mint or like, even like a share button. You click and you can share it out there. Maybe even getting some like social-fi into that to where like you share something directly from the module and you get the whitelist, to whitelist your BNS or something would be cool.
Yeah, there are all sorts
excited.
of ways to increase the feature set on that once it's, the core features are in place and the core UI is in place. Like right now, it's most definitely a matter of prioritizing, and I wanted to get the notifications in there because that's like I heard that a lot. Like as soon as people seen this, they're like, "Cool, but how do I know when I got tipped?" So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, dude. And then you could go into like even like if you accepted a zero authority bounty and then, you won the bounty or something like that, you can get notified. So it definitely is one of those more important features. I think people will like it because you'll be able to see what's going on. If you got sent some tokens, your rocket will flash green or show you what tokens that you just got transferred into your wallet. Very exciting stuff. it's dope what you're doing with BoostX. If you have not, go to your Twitter page and follow BoostX_app to stay in the know with what's going on with BoostX.
Right on. And we have live coverage will be beginning probably within the next like 5 minutes or so.
Sick. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be looking for those Elon tweets, those Alex Jones tweets.
Yeah, I know exactly. I'm trying to figure out how to facilitate that too. Right now, I can't find anything on State of the Union right now on X. It's
Oh, it'll start coming soon as he starts speaking. People will start posting relevant thoughts on what they think of what he's saying. So I'm excited. Last time we did something like this, it was with the election podcast. Just for people that don't know, I thought my Twitter account got suspended because I was shilling too hard under Alex Jones' post. So yeah, dude, I was going hard.
That was so many
like
months
10,
later, though. It was too long. It
was like, yeah.
That was 2 months.
Yeah, I didn't know what their backlog looked like.
Yeah,
it was like one of those things.
So because it was like we had no idea. It was like why did they do this?
They just left me in the dust too with an automated message like, "Yo, you built this account for a year and paid for verification for all those many months just to hey, this is an irreversible decision. Go fuck yourself," right? So
all because you were posted underneath Alex Jones's account trying to get attention. Are you serious?
Well, that's what I thought.
Censorship. He's got protection rackets on his ass. That's fucking funny.
I lost my original account with just my name like about a year ago for like really I never thought I did anything that egregious. I did at Elon Musk in a couple of posts that really
Never
were
do that.
probably not
Never do that.
That was a bad idea.
Yeah, you were
So I got that same. So the thing is that there were a number of times where I gotten messages saying like where my account had been temporarily suspended for suspicious activity, and then it got reinstated because I wasn't doing anything wrong. So this happened the same thing, and then it didn't, and then all of a sudden, like it was going to be like hours before they turned it back on, and it was that amount of time. And I reached back out to them in the email, and they then emailed me back, and they're like, "No, you've been repeatedly violating." And I was like, "Repeatedly violating? Like I didn't. It wasn't something I did over again."
Kill of the board.
Dude, I emailed them too, and that's like the same tone. They kept that same tone with me, and then like a whole month and a half later, I'm just like, "Hey, it was a mistake. We've reinstated your account."
I might try it again.
Turns out,
tried in a long time.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, like, when's the last time that you checked on that account?
Well,
even, so
I'm nervous about it though because I don't want to draw attention to. I don't want them. Technically, you're not supposed to create another account when they suspend you, when they permanently ban you.
Gray area.
Right. So I don't want to.
What are we?
I don't want to lose all the work I've done putting into building another account and then have no accounts. Then I'm just deorganized.
Oh, dude, and then you have to go to one of the
Start
alternative X's that
I have to come over to Derupt.
Yeah, dude. When
Well, I want
dude.
Derupt anyway.
I know. That's how I'll get all my customers when they're fucking banned from all the other platforms.
Yeah, you're gonna get all the outliers, bro. It's gonna be one hell of a fucking platform.
Eventually, everybody.
Decentralized social media.
Eventually, everybody except the obedient, right?
Facts. Maybe it becomes the newest news outlet, and it becomes the biggest thing since sliced bread, right? One of those things you never know, and then you connect BoostX with it, then you connect Redacted with it, right? You know, it's one of those things. It's coming. So very, very interested in seeing how all of this plays out. What Derupt looks like. You know, is it for the degens? Is it for the memers? What is it? Who's it going to cater to, right?
It's like a social network, very much like Twitter in that sense. It's got content creation. It's got integrated smart contract functionality into the content creation. You mine for crypto cash when you're creating content.
Caesar Milan has something to tell you.
You stack your crypto cash when you're disliking and unfavorably replying to content. Has integrated NFTs for profile pictures. There's actually quite a bit going on with it. It's got extensibility, so people can integrate their own smart contracts into it with building custom extensions. It's pretty sick. Just the difficulty is obviously getting people to join a social network when they're the early adopters.
Right.
I'll be using BoostX though to encourage people to share content to Derupt eventually once it's all fleshed out. Like we're still obviously on testnet with it should create some nice overlap and prepare people for in case they kind of receive an unfavorable treatment by the algorithm or whatever.
Well, but
and another thing that we talked about with BoostX was, a way to kind of verify your account as a content creator, right? To kind of put a badge next to the person that is the actual account. Because in my the way I got suspended was people were spoofing my name and making a bunch of spam accounts with the same name, so being able to differentiate between the actual person that you're trying to follow for people is I think it's a solid concept. So make those content creators feel a little bit more safe.
It's not done yet, but it's just basically a BNS badge on profile pages that allows users to determine whether or not they're dealing with the legit account.
You guys want to see something absolutely nutty?
Sure.
Fuck yeah.
I need the screen share though. It's like
do it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
go ahead. We'll just. I mean, we're just waiting for them to break now, anyway. So yeah, go ahead, share.
He's just gonna pump his bags, so don't worry about it. Go for a Rosar. We want to see that anyways. Not the president talking
How do
about
I
things we already
share
know.
the whole thing?
It should be an option. Once you go under share screen, you can go to window, and then you can select which window that you want to share, or you can just go all the way over to
I'm just gonna do a video. Hang on.
You can hit H if you want.
All right. So this is my workflow right now. I hope you can see it. Oh, fuck. I gotta unplug my thing.
This type of share. This is awesome.
Make it solid.
Hang on. I gotta unplug my mic so it's not stuck against the wall. 1 second.
H is the hotkey to share is to share in the Restream studio, by the way.
H for what does that pull up your settings to share the screen and stuff?
Yeah,
like
it's
that?
a built-in hotkey.
I gotta move this plug.
Oh, dude, he's excited. He's got the degen activities going right now.
Yeah, I gotta show this. This is retarded.
He's gotta flip the whole setup, turn it upside down, and then cover one screen with that piece of paper, that random piece of paper.
He doesn't want to share a screen because he's got his OnlyFans account up too.
Oh, dude, the feet pics, dude. Hey, don't act like you're not guilty of going to Food Finder in this massive dip that we have.
What was the one Doc
right
said?
now.
Fatty.
I don't even look at the charts, man. I just build. I build. I'm still massively okay. Because I just build. That's my. If I'm building, then I'm happy.
Don't play with Doc. Dude. Doc's a back of life, dude. Doc. Yeah, I'm not gonna disclose his account or anything like that. But he's an OFG, if you know what I mean.
Is this thing working?
Negative.
Kind of. Hear you. You're there.
Yeah. Let's make sure this camera's turning on.
Yeah, dude, I know the feeling of having to like set up your whole setup and then like trying to hide like one of the 5
Yeah, okay, here we
screens
go.
while trying
All
to
right.
do what you're doing.
You can
What's
share by
the
window,
first
by
thing
the way, too,
Rosar?
in case you're really worried.
And if you want to know what blockchain to find these GigaBrain astronaut scholars that are just completely chatting out and building dope stuff, it's on Stacks.
Okay.
Get familiar with Stacks.
This is
Premier.
this is my
Bitcoin
setup right now. Okay.
code
So,
everywhere. Oh my
dude, it's this terminal, this
I need a
terminal,
nap.
this terminal, this terminal. They're 4 different
Operator, I need an exit.
AIs. They're 4 different agents of Claude running, and I'm just continuously prompting them with more stuff to do. And
Oh, dude, that's sick. That's the
nuts.
state right there.
Nope, dude.
So
That
you
is
built
nutty.
your own team. You're like,
Yeah, I have a team of
I
4
own
AIs just
myself.
constantly working, and I'm just sitting here like when like
Like-
one ends, like it gives me an update, like an update of like perfect. I don't know how. Can you see this? Is it like the right distance?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got
Okay,
no,
it
it's
says-
good. We
Can't
can't
read
read
it,
it.
but we can
because
see
the
the code.
contrast. And
It's
also
actually flipped. It's flipped.
reversed.
Hold on, I can flip it.
Oh,
can
you're
flip it.
oh.
No, you're good. You're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, here.
Oh,
I can flip it.
Boom.
technology.
Yeah, so it's just working on stuff, and
Oh, just
there's
code
just it's just 4
That's
people coding
epic.
at the same time. All right, here's a new. It gives me a question. Sometimes I gotta like just say yes or no. All right.
pause.
How you want this, boss? You're like,
Yeah, no,
Do it like
seriously,
this.
dude. It's ridiculous.
So wait, these are just agents doing. You're telling them what to code, and they're coding it for you.
They're just coding it. Yeah.
he's giving out the trade secrets over here. Is what he's doing.
Oh, dude, the autism laser beams
This
are
is
real
this
right
is
now.
like it is like crack. It's so addictive.
So
it depends.
we're not in a hurry
So
because the
powerful.
president's just walking through the room right now, but they have started the feed.
He's doing his WWE entrance. Fuck.
He's just shaking everybody's hand walking in, and it's like slow. And I have the sound off, so I can't hear it, but I don't care. Let's see. NPR is already fact checking his walk in. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, he took his left foot and put it in front of his right foot and then shake somebody's hand. False.
Yeah, there you're gonna say
False.
shake it all about.
Good shit. Yeah, dude. We can pull that up if you want to show his WWE
Rosar, that was epic.
entrance, you know.
I'm jealous of that. I'm gonna have to do something similar to that soon.
That's
Because I'm
what
over
I'm
here
saying,
like, damn, that's
thanks
how
for
you do it
making
right there.
It's a game changer. Like I've been easing into it. Like I started obviously like everyone else. I'll turn. You can see my face now.
More
You need
code.
to show me how you set that up.
More fucking.
Yeah, I mean I started with like everyone else, like Copilot, and then I started dabbling into I started using Claude, just like pasting stuff into like a Claude website. And then I started using Cursor and like running Claude in its own pane. And then Claude Code came out. I mean, I use Claude specifically. I think it's the best one. Like sometimes I use the others, but I think Claude is the best. So Claude Code came out, and Claude it released 3.7. And yeah, basically like I don't know, like Cursor started having issues with like I don't know, like it just.
So you just got those all running in terminals and just speaking of folders, or what do you?
Yeah, so now I just have. I don't even have an IDE open. I just have.
Say it didn't look like he didn't even have a. Yeah, that's
I
that's
don't
what I
even look
thought.
at the code.
He's literally fucking the operator for the Matrix. He's over here like fucking. I don't even.
I don't
see
even
code
look
yet.
at the code anymore. It's crazy. I think about shit and I describe it to them. And then, but the way okay, here's the secret though for this. Here's the trick. The way you got to keep them from going off the rails is by like instructing them to constantly. There's like a lot of little tricks. You got to instruct them to constantly like test the builds. You got to have like unit test suites that you run constantly. But like you can tell your guys to like, build me a GitHub CI pipeline and run tests on every thing, and then have like a pre-commit code check that runs the tests, and then like just have them pushing code constantly, and then the test will eventually break and then fix stuff.
You can just push that straight into your repo that's doing auto
Yeah,
read.
no, I just have them pushing. I just have them pushing straight to GitHub.
What are you using to host, like spin from there, like Netlify or something, or
Vercel.
Vercel?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I try to use Vercel for my stuff.
GP, you seeing this number right now?
That shit.
Shot right up.
Yeah, dude. It's that special magic that I'm putting on it. I'm about to go. Find the. You know what I'm saying, dude. You know what I'm saying.
All the bots I got to instruct on.
Yeah, like while he's playing with bots in a different way, I'm over there like on X playing with. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, dude. Yeah, I haven't even started pushing it yet. As soon as you bring up that live feed, people are gonna want to see it. Yeah, what's he got to say, fellas? Let's see. Big old clap.
We could have chatted for a little while longer.
Yeah, dude. He's still getting ready to. He's got to tighten up his.
He's just listening to his claps.
Hell yeah, he's gonna roll shit. He loves the Look at that motherfucker. He's happy. Yeah. Let's hear what you got to say, Don. Yeah. Bullish news. Come on, man. I need some bullish news. President
Comes
Trump.
out, first words out of his mouth are, "We're buying a strategic reserve of stacks." I'm like, oh my god.
Speaker Johnson,
the work of the
Vice
staff
President Vance,
community has
the First
convinced
Lady
me.
of the United States.
Let's go. Forward. Already. Forward.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Let's go.
It's gonna be a standing ovation every 2 seconds.
USA. It gets me pumped.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. Thank you. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never again. Never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Uh-oh. Got some liners. Okay, drown them out with the USA.
That's awesome. They were ready.
You're right.
They were ready to counter the booze. That's great.
Oh, they're
And won
quiet over there on
counties
the
in our
left.
country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
8 points.
Now, for the first time in
Based.
modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
I would like to say, yeah, easy to fuck up less than the Democrats. It's just
Likewise,
come on.
small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr.
A
President.
41-point jump.
Uh-oh, here it comes again. Listen.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
Oh,
Get right.
he's a
That's your
warning.
warning. Arcing of arms is
Welcome to
coming
the
soon.
Thunderdome.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Ooh, threaten with war.
Oh.
Government.
And the Republicans go wild.
Yes, they're like, put him in handcuffs.
Welcome to the Thunderdome.
You know, it's kind of odd because they're like on the right and the left from looking at it from
Mr.
this,
Green, take your seat.
this way.
Take your
If
seat.
you look, if you're speaking to them,
Take your
they're on
seat.
the opposite side.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and
You
concerted
know where the
disruption
camera's
of
at.
proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order.
Sergeant of Arms.
Are his arms going to go out and punch it up? What's going on here?
This guy's getting tossed. We're gonna toss a congressman.
Oh, come on, get the camera on us. What are we doing?
He's like, you gotta
Oh,
just
dude.
don't give me a hard time, okay?
I'm
Bro,
not
get
looking
outta
to get
here.
beat up. I'm looking for donations. Come on.
Yeah, get your ass.
Members
it's rowdy
are
in there right
directed
now.
to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you.
How many times that happened, by
Over
the way? on
past
the-
6
on
weeks,
the
I have
State of the
signed
Union?
nearly 100
It
executive
used to
orders
happen more often
and taken
back
more
in
than
the,
400
the
executive
1800s.
actions, a record
Oh,
to restore
Yeah, they got
common
rowdy
sense,
again.
safety,
Yeah.
optimism,
Checks
and wealth
out.
all across our wonderful land.
Duels and stuff.
The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
get that 0% tax in there. Let's go.
Let's go.
0% tax. I don't even care if it's just American-made cryptos. They're talking
In
about
fact,
possibly
it has been
eliminating
stated
the
by many
income tax.
that the
entirely.
first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation.
That's weird.
And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? But we'll take it.
better than George
With
Washington.
taking the oath of office, I
Founder.
declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Sparky Mark in the live chat.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month. And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or
I
the
could walk on
stoppage of
water,
crime to the
and they would
lowest
still
levels
say,
ever recorded.
not good
And
enough.
these people sitting right here
They
will
would
not
say,
clap,
I
will
soiled the
not
water
stand,
with
and
my
certainly
feet.
will not cheer for these
With my
Which you can
moist
buy
socks.
agreements.
I
They won't do it, no
got
matter what.
moist.
Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
I like how he called it sad.
Yeah.
It's like, sad. It's like, that's so true.
Yeah.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's
Actually,
truly make America
did he just
great
shut them off?
again.
He said it. He said it. That's once. Everybody got to take a shot.
It is all, it's late enough now.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
late
I'll do
enough
it.
now,
I'll
dude.
do it.
Yeah.
I'll do a MAGA.
Every day my administration is fighting to
Do
deliver
a MAGA
the
shot for us.
change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action.
That was Al Green that they
Upon
removed.
taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
Hey, that's could be a lot of money.
I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe. And
Now, I don't
totally
think you guys can
unaffordable.
read it,
And importantly,
but
we
this is a
ended
glass
the
my
last
son
administration's
gave me for
insane
Christmas.
electric
And it
vehicle
says,
mandate,
"Should have listened to
saving
me."
our auto workers
And it has
and
a
companies from
Bitcoin image on
economic
it.
destruction.
That's fucking dope. That's a very cool glass you got there.
To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office they will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
It is pretty novel, isn't it? Actually, when you think about it.
Yeah. In theory,
And
you
we've
could just get
ended
it down to one
weaponized
rule.
government,
but
where, as an
so it's
example,
like,
a
let's
sitting
go altruism.
president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
It's over 1,000. UK.
Good go.
And I've stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
Let's fucking go.
All right.
Free speech.
You heard
We are
him.
the media now.
We are the
Get to
media now.
speaking.
We are all the media now.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
Like, what? How is that not already a thing?
Yeah, right. You would imagine it would be that way, but it isn't.
I
It's
renamed
not one at
the
all, or
Gulf
was-
of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Let's fucking go.
That
Big ups, Gulf of America.
That's just like, that was funny to me.
And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again.
Wait, what? What they temporarily name it to?
Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska.
Oh, yeah. We've called Mount Denali for a while. Well,
We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity,
Had a
and
good run.
inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
Breaking Democrats.
And our country will be woke no longer.
I'm so sick and tired of hearing the term woke. Good God.
We believe that
So
whether you are a
generalizing.
doctor, an accountant,
Right.
a lawyer,
Well,
or an air traffic
That's really
controller,
a huge part of the problem,
you
right?
should
Is that
be
we don't
hired
talk
and
about
promoted based
ideas.
on
We talk
skill
about
and competence, not
Yeah, it
race
gets boiled
or
down
gender.
into bad, good.
Very important.
It's like, okay, like, well, what specifically? Just no bad, good. It's like, well, what are we talking about?
You should be hired
right. Well,
based
you want to
on
be good, don't you?
merit.
You don't want to
And
be
the
bad.
Supreme Court, in a brave
Exactly.
and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the details matter on everything.
We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Like, he spreads his arms like, what? I just made two genders.
Mic drop. Two genders.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
This reminds me of a movie I've seen once.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, these
3 years ago,
declarations
Peyton
are like so
McNabb
like,
was an all-star.
and then I made
One
water
of
wet.
the best,
You know,
preparing for a
like-
future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, Just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
Jerry picked the most egregious facts you can find in the stats. He's like, this one is like it's either this or the one where the lady gets knocked out in a boxing match.
What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world.
The common sense revolution.
Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never going to let that happen.
This old man is based, dude. You can't tell me
Among
shit.
my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
Please.
There you go.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
You're making an example out of Al Green. There's posts from all sorts of people about
A
Al
major
Green
focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
Let's go.
I knew he was going to say that.
Yes, me too. I know there's probably some poly market open for that.
Oh, those were easy odds.
My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Hashtag common sense revolution.
Common sense.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender.
Some of the stuff that is just
real.
like probably
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova.
If it was really
$10
just
million for
incompetence,
male
it would be one thing,
circumcision
but it's
in
not.
Mozambique.
It's
$20
clearly
million
fraud
for
and money
the Arab
laundering
Sesame
and
Street.
Oh, yeah.
In the Middle East.
Lots of problematic
$20 million.
They
activity
can
there.
point to one thing that they
$1.9
did
billion
well, so that way
to
they can hide the 100
recently
things that they
created
freaking
decarbonization
racketeered,
of Homes
basically.
Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her?
If you're just tuning in, we are
$3.5 million
organized
consulting contract for
bringing
lavish
Trump's
fish monitoring.
to follow
$1.5 million for
BTC
voter confidence in Liberia.
Common sense.
$14 million
We
for
are the
social
media.
cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139.
This is insane.
3.5 million
The amount of
people
fraud.
No.
from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to
What's the
many of
conspiracy?
them.
Adrenochrome?
And we're
Jesus.
searching right now.
Oh,
Oh,
Back
God.
all the tinfoil, all the
Good luck.
tinfoil hats are like, oh,
Good luck.
They're all the
vampires
the
among them.
vampires.
But a lot of money is paid out to people
Yeah.
because it just keeps getting paid and paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old.
What?
We have a healthier country than
Oh
I
my
thought
God,
maybe.
over 100.
Right. There's millions of people, millions, like tens of millions of people over 120 years old on Social Security.
So is this
It's,
admission
it's,
that we
it's
have?
clearly a massive fraud.
Including,
Somebody's getting that money.
to finish, 1,039
Right.
people between the ages of 220 and 229. One
Hey,
person
are they trying
between
to act
the
like they
age
don't
of
know what bank
240
accounts
and
they sent that to, and
249,
like
and
don't have
one
traceability
person
on that?
is
And, like,
listed at 360
Well, I
years of
heard
age.
something else. I think it was
Wait, what?
Elon
More
talking
than 100
about
years.
Doge. Yeah,
You're
More
reading
than
this
somebody is
100
over.
years
Yeah,
older
yeah, yeah.
than our country.
One person
That could be a
360
typo
years
on
old.
it. That's got to be a typo
We're
on it,
going to
too,
find out where that money's
right?
going.
Because that
And
person
it's
would
not
have
gonna
been
be pretty.
dead
By slashing
before
all of the
Social
fraud,
Security
waste,
existed.
and theft,
That
we can
person
find.
was
We will
an
defeat
American
inflation,
citizen
bring
before
down mortgage
America
rates,
was
lower
even
car
American.
payments, and
Right. They
grocery
can.
prices,
Right.
protect our seniors, and
How
put
does that
more
make
money
sense?
in the pockets of American families.
They're such a fucking freeloader. 360 years old.
Thank you for your service. I don't know.
They're all, thank you.
And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years. Balance the federal budget.
GP,
We're
thank
gonna
God Jack
balance-
said something about this being on, huh?
Yeah, dude. Big shout out to Jackman Switch. Always keeping us in the know.
I thought we had a good show with
Solid.
the 800 plus we had for Fine Turn.
I mean, what's next? What's next? You gonna sell citizenship or something?
With that goal in mind,
actually,
we have developed
yes.
in great detail
Exactly,
what we
but
are
there is a-
calling the Gold Card, which
Here it comes.
goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million,
This is it?
we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but
Called that.
better,
$5
and more
million.
sophisticated.
You too can become an American
And
citizen.
these people will have to
Pay
pay
no
tax in our
taxes on
country.
your crypto.
They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
So, what about the poor people, though?
Yeah. Can we get a little? Can we touch on that, Donald?
It's like that.
President.
Oh wait, this is did they go?
Have given us a mandate for bold and profound
We had enough
change.
of the give me your
For nearly
tired and your
100
hungry and your
years,
poor.
the
We want
federal
a fucking
bureaucracy has
energetic
grown until
fucking
it has
bull and
crushed our
fucking
freedoms,
rich.
ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation
truth is,
founded
if
by
we actually have
pioneers and
legitimate
risk
job
takers now
creation and
drowns under
legitimate
millions and
government
millions of
spending,
pages of
we can absolutely
regulations and debt.
people in
Approvals that
just people
should
in
take
general
10 days
are
to get,
economically viable.
instead
It's an
take
undeniable
10
fact.
years, 15
We
years,
have
and even
all
20
of
years
human
before
history
you
to
reject
determine
it.
that people
Meanwhile, we have hundreds
on their
of
own
thousands of federal workers
produce
who
more
have
than they
not
need
been showing up
to
to work.
survive. You know, they
My
produce
administration will
they
reclaim
generate
power
more
from
economic
this
activity than
unaccountable
they require.
bureaucracy, and we will restore true
Remove the
democracy
tax
to
bracket and the
America again.
bureaucracy, then you remove the giant incentive for disproportionate migration, and you have a more of a natural migration that is relative to actual opportunity that's discovered rather than just given. And then
Any federal bureaucrat who resists
that would
this
be
change will be removed
a way
from
better
office
solution. Like
immediately.
gatekeeping, it doesn't work on
Because we are draining the
principle,
swamp.
really.
It's very
But-
simple. And the days of rule
It doesn't
by
work
unelected
for
bureaucrats
retention
are
of
it
over.
works for some things. Like if your goal is to create a subclass of person who is illegal,
Yeah, my goal-
and thus has to, yeah.
My goal is maximizing freedom, and to me, gatekeeping
And
the
the next
borders
phase
to the
of our
rich is
plan
not
to
a
deliver
good way
the
to do
greatest
that.
economy in
Just
history
saying.
is for this
No,
Congress
and
to
it's
pass
also-
tax
it's
cuts
not a-
for everybody. They're
It's
in
not a
there.
bad
They're
thing
waiting
on
for
its
you to
face
vote.
to
And I'm
incentivize
sure that
wealthy
the people
to
on
come here
my
and
right,
create jobs. That's
I
not
don't
a
mean
bad
the Republican
idea,
right,
but in the
my right,
contrast
right here,
of
I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts
also not a
because
bad
otherwise,
idea
I don't
to
believe
get
the people
people that
will
are
ever
like
vote you
violent
into office.
criminals
So I'm
out of
doing
our
a big favor
society
by
too.
telling you that.
But not everyone that's come here illegally
But I know
is a
this group
violent
is gonna be
criminal
voting for the
and a
tax.
drain on our economy. Like,
Yeah,
and they
it's-
don't.
It boils. It's just a. It's in all honesty, it's a very fucking dumb take to collectively think that
Thank you. It's a very,
It's
very
all
big
bad or
part
all
of our
good, you know
plan.
what I'm saying?
We had tremendous success
Right.
in our first term with it. A very big
But
part of our plan. We're seeking permanent
people have a
income
hard
tax
time
cuts
seeing
all
past,
across the board. And to get urgently needed
dichotomy
relief to
like that.
Americans hit especially hard by inflation. Calling for tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
Hey, right on.
Okay.
And say a couple more times, no tax on this, no tax on that, and then, well, you know what? Fucking no taxes on anything. Let's go.
The taxes on
Just keep it
crypto.
running.
That's
And
what
I
I want.
also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
Bring the prices of automobiles down. Bringing that so much going to make the purchases go up. Either that or you bring everybody's income up.
And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country, first term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer, who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen.
Everybody that's watching, be sure to drop a follow on everybody in here.
And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel because if we don't have, as an example, steel
shit built,
and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person.
Seriously, massive shout out to
Alabama,
Gigapepe
Jeff Denard,
for getting this night
has
show
been working
going
at the same
and
steel plant for 27 years in a job that has
so that we were
allowed him
prepared
to
to
serve as
actually,
the captain
run this
of his
stream.
local volunteer fire department, raised
Oh, yeah,
7
dude.
children with his
I just
beautiful
like
wife, Nicole,
and
over the years provided
being
a
here
loving
for these
home
types
for
of
more than
moments, man.
40 foster
Good to be
children.
present, be
So great,
consistent.
Jeff.
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
This is
Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about
like
protecting
election,
American jobs.
very similar to
They're
the
about
election.
protecting the soul of
That's
our
what it
country.
feels like.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
Melania.
I think it's pronounced Melania.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative, and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly
For those that are
embedded
watching
in
live, if
our
you're
country.
getting intermittent
We are
video
getting
on
them
the
out
Trump
and
live
getting
feed,
them
let us
out
know in the live
fast.
comments. We're hearing from people that it might be a little choppy, and we apologize for that. On our end, it looks smooth.
Yeah, sounds good on
And I
our
want to
end
thank
too.
Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE. Law
It
enforcement
did. It was a
too.
little,
Incredible.
a
We have
little
to take
rough
care
on
of our law enforcement.
the extreme.
Have to.
And I just checked it out. So.
Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Getting rowdy again.
Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there's still much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Put the camera on the Democrat.
They're quiet over
I know.
there,
I want to
dude.
see what the
Very,
response
very
to that is.
quiet.
How are you going to hate on that?
Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bond, good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him, and tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
He's in there like swimwear now.
Yeah.
Kid looks like a Fed. USA, USA. Let's go.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors
Thank
believe his
you.
cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example,
Amen.
not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Go get it. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology.
Get this shit out of the schools, man. Like, there's no reason for kids
I
that young
also
to be
signed
learning
an
about.
order to cut off all
No,
taxpayer
it's-
funding to any institution that
not right.
engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress
Like 2
to pass a
years
bill
ago-
permanently banning and criminalizing
That they're
sex
not supposed
changes on children and forever ending the lie
Breaking up
that
a little
any
bit,
child
GP.
is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie.
Better.
I don't know if it's like interference from the
And our
speech or what.
message
You
to
hear
every
me okay
child
when I
in
talk?
America is that you are perfect
Yeah,
exactly
you're
the way
you're-
God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for
What other canals?
Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1. But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Not fucking pointing. That makes me laugh every time.
And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong.
Not me, not me.
He's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100
You
votes.
take the credit if it goes right. You gotta not take the blame if it goes wrong.
No, he was approved with actually
Perfect
99,
politician.
but
If this goes
the
south,
100th
it was Rubio's
gentleman,
fault.
And I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody. And we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you.
If you're just
He's
tuning
doing
in,
a great job.
we are Trump speech live, DeOrganized Night. Be sure to follow DeOrganized BTC to stay in
And
the
I
know.
also have a message tonight for the incredible
Follow
people
everybody.
of Greenland.
Paul at
We
Stacks,
strongly
DeOrganized
support
Media,
your right to determine your own
Crypto Landy,
future.
Rosar.
And if you choose, we welcome you
Obviously
into the
me,
United
maybe,
States.
if you
of
feel
America.
like me.
Dude,
We need
You feel
Greenland's
like being nice.
Yeah.
national security and even international security. And
Bruce
we're
Text
working
underscore
with
app.
everybody involved.
If you want to
try and
use
The organized
but we need it really for international world security.
direct from X,
You want to start
And
earning
I
some
go follow
Bitcoin right
it.
here on
One way or
X.
the other, we're gonna get it.
yes.
Get a Stacks
I'm
wallet,
trying to
get a
We will keep
BNS
you
name, get
We
BoostX,
will make you
get
rich
paid
and
on X.
together We will
Send
take
it to the moon.
Greenland
Let's
to
go.
heights like you have never thought possible
Yeah, everybody's
before.
trying to get
It's a very
monetized
small
on X.
population,
Little do they
a
know,
very,
I'll be
very
as a BNS.
large piece of land.
I
with
wonder
very
how many of the
important
3,000
permission
people actually
military
know
security. America is once
that
again standing strong against the
Bitcoin
forces of
is
radical
programmable on
Islamic
Stack.
terrorism. 3.5
Probably
years
not a
ago,
lot.
ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service
We're
members
still early.
and countless others in the Abbey
Yeah, look
Gate
into
bombing
Stacks.
during the disastrous
It's hard to like
and
fathom
incompetent
that people don't
withdrawal
even know
from
about Stacks yet.
Afghanistan. Not that they were
What's
Want
up,
a
little
withdrawing,
dude?
it
programmable
was the way
Bitcoin?
they
Want to
withdrew.
borrow against your assets?
Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
For a second, he was going to say, and he's on his way out right now. Bring him out here. I was like, Christ, this is getting crazy.
And I want to thank
Democrats
especially
are
the
really up
government
to
of
fight.
Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Jesus.
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
And them standing all night.
Doing
Wouldn't
some
that be
squats.
beautiful?
Up and down, up and down.
It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end
Jim's
the
over there on their
senseless
fucking
war.
phones.
If you want to end wars, you have to talk to
saw that
both
too.
sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
There she is.
The cameraman needs to do their job better here, because every time they're cheering at somebody, every time there's somebody in the crowd getting applause, the cameraman needs to be showing the freaking Democrats to see whether or not there's any type of unity at all.
They're panning back and
Like,
forth, right?
really, dude. Like, they're probably over there like, oh, what's that? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my phone.
Yeah, they're all on
To
their
Mark
phones,
and his
dude.
great mom, we are
Separate.
delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
Uh-oh. Peace. You know what that means. You heard it, Peace. Make America great again.
Let's go.
That was like 2 shots.
Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon. Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher. and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond.
It's going to show you, Elon. They said Mars. Here it comes.
Democrats are getting up and leaving.
And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Yep, and that's being built on
11
Bitcoin.
o'clock exactly. It was 11 o'clock exactly.
Damn.
Oh, man.
How do you even call that prediction
It's a
market?
push bet.
Yeah.
Push
No,
bet.
actually,
Oh,
it was before 11, right?
Depends on the word.
Yeah, like, will he still be streaming at 11?
Say at or after.
He is still kind of right here, though.
Still speaking up there.
He's not
He's
still
gonna do a little
speaking.
dance.
He's not no right.
Still speaking.
He's still.
Say one more word on that mic. Come on.
Oh, swing it. Swing it. All it takes is one word into that microphone.
That's it. He's walking away.
No, I heard him say thank you very much.
That's what the words say. Did he say?
He said it.
please?
No, he said thank you very much.
What is that
As he's
for?
walking away.
I didn't hear him.
Oh,
I just saw the letters
heard
on the screen.
Fucking epic.
Yeah. So on that note, he's saying, building a prosperous, free society that's going to be built on Bitcoin. That's what Stacks is about. So if you guys aren't following Stacks, check it out. Follow Stacks. It's been around in the game for a long time. We've been building the fundamentals, building out the infrastructure.
Did you guys know that when you stack your stacks, you earn yield in Bitcoin?
Facts, dude. Facts. We gotta let them know.
Out there like it.
Nothing out there like it, and it's on sale right now too. Just under 70 cents. Not financial advice.
Yeah, dude. You want to make 50%? Buy stuff. Back to all-time highs is something crazy.
All right. Well, I finished my whiskey, and I'm up past my bedtime, bro. So I don't want to hurry you off. It's been an absolute pleasure. Y'all have a blessed night. I love you guys, and there wasn't a whole lot in this speech actually.
Yeah, he's just kind of reiterating different thoughts that different points that he's spoken on already.
Did we hear anything Bitcoin related though in that entire thing?
I don't think there was anything
no crypto related.
Wow.
Jack's probably upset. Well, because he's got a crypto. He's got the whole thing on Friday for crypto too. I'm surprised he didn't use it.
Yeah.
But you know what though? He was also in a very hostile environment. As far as half the room was a hostile environment. So
probably doesn't want to put his priorities on their radar.
Right.
Right. Yeah, he's got that big summit coming up on Friday. Also has a roundtable on the 21st. So we'll see. Yeah, probably saving it for those, those nights.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna hit the sack. Y'all have a blessed rest of the show. Great stuff tonight, and we'll talk soon.
Something?
What'd you say, Rezar?
You want to see something cool?
Yeah, of course, man.
I just finally fucking finished this thing.
Later, peace.
Good night, guys. I'll catch you
Later,
later.
peace.
I'll whatever it is. I'm sure it's awesome, Rosar.
Oh, dude, we're still here. We could still
coming.
it off, dude.
All right, I finished the signer device thing, and this demo
sick.
page explaining it.
What do you have something that you could share on your screen or something that I
Do
can?
ever?
Let's go.
All right. Okay. So it's like, blah, 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 blah. You can click here. I'm trying to get it up in the store. App Store. Gives, a little explanation, all that shit. Blah.
Can you scroll back up to the top so we could, yeah,
You want
just
to
got
read
it
stuff?
up there.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Scroll
I
through
can get
stuff.
into it. Do you, where can people find this?
I need to push the site up, but I'll have a link.
Yeah. So this is Blaze Protocol. I can't really see it. It's too small. Can you zoom in a little bit? I'll read on it. Yeah, so how Blaze Protocol works. Powered by off-chain digital signatures. Blaze, scroll in just a little bit more. There you go. Blaze delivers a seamless, near-instant experience. Pre-confirmation blocks. Blaze creates pre-confirmation blocks every 200 milliseconds, making transactions feel instant while maintaining security guarantees. Scroll down a little bit. Yep. Subnet architecture. Operators process transfers off-chain and specialized subnets and periodically settle them off-chain in batches, enabling high throughput.
Settling it on-chain.
On-chain settlement. Yep. All transactions are eventually settled on-chain, preserving the security guarantees of underlying blockchain, aka Bitcoin and Stacks. And Blaze is fast as fuck, by the way. Yeah, definitely dope. Key features of Blaze Protocol: near instant transactions, scalable subnet architecture, and full security guarantees. We've got walletless UX, multi-chain support, and developer friendly. Yeah, it is absolutely killer. It is very, very fast, very secure. Everything Stacks is anchored to Bitcoin, and Blaze is anchored to Stacks. So let's go.
This is what I was working on literally all day. I woke up, started working on this, and then yeah. All right, so
nice.
This is a cool, good-looking one-pager right here.
Is it still an appropriate size? All right, we're just gonna full screen this guy a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, it's small.
Companion extension. So yeah, like I said, I need that extension thing to make this thing fully tick. Secure signing, fast transactions. Another call to action to download it. All right, here we go. This is the meat and potatoes here. All right.
The Signet signer
experience. All right, here we go.
Let's
okay.
go.
So look at this. You got the demo, connect.
Right.
Boop. All right. So now you're connected. And this would be like a transaction. And here's like a. Sorry, my mouse is freaking out. All right. Like a little example of what it would be. And then you do. Ready? This is how fast transaction is. Just bam. Boop.
That's fast as fuck.
That's it. That's Stacks forever in the future for everything. Could be that easy.
We already have fast blocks on Stacks, but instantaneous blocks has a better ring to it.
Just boom. Mark connected. Sign. Boom. Another transaction. Boom. Done.
Oh, dude, yeah, the gaming
Yeah.
applications.
No, there's no wallet. You know what I mean? It's just things happening.
Automatic.
build about little call to action at the end here. Yeah, that's it.
Hell yeah! If you guys want to get in the know on Blaze, you can follow Lord Rosar on X.
Yeah, if you guys plug in extensions, you can go ahead and plug Boost X right now.
Hell yeah! That's another good follow is BoostX and Crypto Dude. Lord Rosar is working on the subnets that make Stacks transactions pretty much instantaneous, whereas Crypto Dude is working on BoostX. So follow BoostX on Boost X _app on X to stay in the know about SocialFi directly on X. You want to earn some Bitcoin? You want to earn some stacks? Follow Boost X _app. Download the extension and transact with the Stacks blockchain directly from X.
Yep. Yeah. My extension's just for signing. It's not like really a wallet. You just like add your keys or your seed or whatever, and then just sort of auto signs things. We try and turn it into like a little SDK, so other wallets can just plug in and do the thing too.
Is this what you were grinding like hard during the stream to get like just finished? And dude, looking fast that shit is. It's instantaneous. I'm impressed, sir. That's why we have these GigaBrain astronaut scholars in the Stacks ecosystem. Everybody's grinding to crank out applications. We have the Biddle battle going on in Stacks, where you can register what you are building for a chance to win from a prize pool and get in front of all sorts of accelerators and investors. So lots of really cool stuff being built in the Stacks ecosystem at the moment.
We got like find to earn games on X that you guys are putting on there each morning, and all sorts of crap going on. So people should most definitely get on board with Stacks. It's a hit. It's just a gym sitting there waiting for people.
Hell yeah, dude. We got Honey Badger stopping into the house. What's up, Honey Badger? How are we doing today?
Doing good, man. Just wrapped up with watching the joint session Congress deal with the president, and then I was hopping on Twitter. I saw y'all were still streaming, so I'm like, all right, let me hop up in here and hang out for a bit. Y'all are killing it. Y'all been running for like what, 4 hours now?
Yeah, it's been about 4 hours. DeOrganized Nightly. Usually we start spinning things up. We open the studio up around like 6:30, get things rolling around 7 p.m. EST. Definitely. If you haven't, go check out DeOrganized.media. We've got an awesome show schedule from all things in the Stacks and Bitcoin hemisphere. We've got spaces and podcasts on the show schedule. You could even go tip your favorite host in Stacks and SBTC. Stay in the know. Stay ahead of the curve.
Oh yeah, man.
DeOrganized.
I appreciate it. Just some stuff to look forward to. I looked up the Lightning network and the amount of Bitcoin secured on their network, and it's 4,900. So I feel like if Stacks upgrades their Bitcoin secured on the network to like 5,000, that would be a hell of a thing. Have more Bitcoin secured on Stacks, more than Lightning.
It's coming.
Yeah, that's
a matter of time.
That's the thing that's up is that SBTC, which is essentially a decentralized wrapped Bitcoin in the Stacks ecosystem. The cap will be lifted later on this month, and people will be able to transact really quickly, send Bitcoin, do Bitcoin DeFi, all within Stacks ecosystem. Whenever they raised the cap from 1,000 Bitcoin to 3,000 last week, it was smashed through within 24 hours. So this shows that there's a really high demand for a programmable Bitcoin where you can essentially be earning and participating in lending and borrowing applications. there's plenty of reasons, along with you earn what 7% for pegging your Bitcoin over into the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah, if you're on Zest, you get
Just off-
7, and then I think if you're just utilizing the chain itself, it's 5 as a base rate. So Zest pays out an additional 2.
So yeah, dude. I mean, there's plenty of reason to get into the Stacks ecosystem and start playing with different ways that you can earn. All of the different memes that we have over here are all anchored to Bitcoin as well. So there's plenty to shout out. Big shout out to Rucoin, Honey Badger, STX, Welsh, Leo, Flat. All of the base builders in the ecosystem are continually shipping. Definitely something to be bullish on is if not the price action, it's giving you a legitimate buying opportunity. The builders are shipping constantly, so big shout out to all the indie crews and bigger teams that are building on Bitcoin.
Yeah, Nakamoto one just got some literal private keys put on the literal fucking moon. So I mean, what other projects can claim that right now? I mean, there's so much going on in this system, this ecosystem, that people just got to get involved, and we're gonna it's gonna be insane in the next 6 months.
Facts, dude. Nakamoto one, for those that don't know, they put together a wallet, and it's pretty much an off-planet treasure hunt. If you ever make your way to the moon, there is a rover with a seed phrase to a wallet with 2 Bitcoin, plenty stacks, a lot of stacks NFTs on the moon. So I can see people building their own rovers, trying to get to the moon to get access to these this seed phrase, so they can essentially win this off-planet treasure hunt.
Turn into an off-planet treasure hunt bot battle, probably.
Insane, dude. Insane what the developers over here in the Stacks ecosystem are doing. It's got me bullish, man. If not one thing, it's too much to keep up with almost. So we're trying to bring it to you live with DeOrganized. You can tune in. We have a morning show that runs from 8:30 to about 10:30 in the morning time. That's EST, as well as tune in for the nightly segment, where we get your favorite GigaBrain astronaut scholars in the same room and have just a dope ass conversation, kick out high frequency vibes, and keep you in the know.
Yeah, it's rocket season. Let's go.
Hell yeah. It's about that time. But yeah, dude, I appreciate you guys, and spend some time, getting to listen to the president speak. Different memes are going to be flying tomorrow. I can already tell, especially how divided the room was. I mean, it was quiet as a church mouse on one side, and then on the other you have all of the representatives standing up on their feet doing standing ovations. So I know the memes are going to be flying. Also, with the Democrats playing on their phone, I can't get over that shit, dude. People were starting to walk out of the room and acting. They didn't want to be in that room. I could tell. It's mad uncomfortable, bro.
One didn't want to be in the room so bad he got hauled out there.
Yeah, Al Green got escorted, physically removed from the speech.
We haven't seen that in a minute.
Yeah. I think Peace was saying not since the 1800s or some shit. Wild stuff, dude. I look forward to seeing some of this, the corruption being swept up and cleaned up. Some of the stuff that he was saying that money was getting allocated to was just insane. Whenever you speak it out loud, I could only imagine what it looks like on paper, right? So it's
probably 10 times worse too than what the paper says, which is insane.
Yeah, dude. Getting into the nitty gritty details, yeah, I can only imagine how much worse it gets.
If they're willing to put that on paper, what are they not? What are they doing that they're not willing to put on paper?
And this is actually a really great segue into the how they try to FUD Bitcoin and how it's only used for illicit activities. It's like, actually, no, that's the US dollar that's used for illicit activities. because you can't trace fiat currency. You can print it at will while everyone else has to work for it. And, you know, a $20 bill back in 1928 used to be able to be exchanged for 1 ounce of gold. And now gold is $2,800 an ounce. It's not because gold became more valuable, it's because the dollar became less valuable. So all the incentives are broken with fiat currency, and Bitcoin, if you spend it, you have to seriously consider what you're spending it on, because if what you're spending it on doesn't appreciate faster than just holding the Bitcoin instead, then it puts you into a saver's mindset, and there's a true opportunity cost on whenever you have to decide on when you want to spend your hard money.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, the alignment
Yeah, I
of
just
incentives matters massively, and that is all the way baked down to the very bottom, you know, including the money creation itself. So
Yeah, I just wanted to give the audience a shout and let them know if they wanted to play around with the Blaze test subnets. You can go to https ://signet omega.versal.app / and you can go check that out for yourself. You know, transact on stacks instantaneously. Can't wait to see what different applications come from this. I know we were talking about different gaming applications. We can do, betting and all sorts of, like play Hold'em. You know, I want to play Texas Hold'em with you guys live. You know, so
first thing we're gonna do is put the predictions market on it. It's kind of what the whole point of it. Prove it out.
Makes sense.
And then we'll put random shit on it. You know, we'll just see. We'll just try stuff. Some games, poker, anything really. Should be fun. Yeah. By the way, the site, it's just the it's the demo sort of landing page marketing site. I'm putting the extension in the App Store now, the Chrome extension store. So I might not get it done tonight. Kind of getting a little sleepy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it took like 48 hours or so, like a couple days for to go through, right?
Yeah, the extension store let's just say make sure just make sure you got your permissions correct first.
I know.
It's one of those things that you don't know until
I figure it's not something that I need to rush on. I can distribute like a zip file. People can just load the extension in directly if they want, but we'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to go and like learn about what it's about, they at least have the landing page to go, and then hopefully you have some type of link to your Twitter on the page somewhere. That way they can find you
that would be
on
smart,
X. Yeah, dude, I definitely recommend that, or like a link tree of some sort with all of your socials or whatever you want to share. Couldn't hurt, you know. I know that people want to know what you're building. It's very fucking cool. It's innovative. So if you have a website, definitely have your link tree on there so people can follow you on X. And that is kind of the meta right now is everybody is communicating on X directly with each other. You know, saw a lot of like Discord and Telegram beforehand, but for the most part nowadays, everybody's communicating on X. So be sure to follow Lord Rosar on X. Follow Boost X _app on X. You want to be following Crypto Dude to stay in the know. These guys are building on Stacks, which is building on Bitcoin. If you want a more programmable Bitcoin, follow the main Stacks handle and get into action. And there's all sorts of crazy ways that people are earning using their Bitcoin. You know, you have that idle Bitcoin just sitting in your wallet.
You know,
put it to
I
work.
said this, but I have to say it again. It's just absolutely nutty that like 4 AI agents built this website. It's so clean looking.
Oh, it is super clean, dude. Like getting to see
it's like
you guys can go getting to see what your process looks like. It makes it more intimate, right? You know, you kind of get to see how the builder is doing what they're doing. And these AI tools that are available nowadays, anybody that has an idea can start creating. It's definitely one of those spaces that is rapidly evolving. And if you have good ideas, man, nowadays you can have 4 different Claude agents running simultaneously and crank out a website within a couple hours. We just saw that live with what Rosar is doing. I would imagine it's like a similar process with you, crypto dude.
Similar, yeah. I mean, mine's not as
aggressive,
as sophisticated as Lord Rosar's there with the AI. I mean, he's got command and control up in that bit. He's like literally over there like an operator in the
strategy game where I'm like, all right, the scouts go up first. They do some research. They make some markdown documents. The other guys read it, and then they start working through it.
That's epic, dude. I want, like, seriously, I mean, you need to get in a private session so I can increase my efficiency here. That'd be amazing.
It's so fun. Like,
throughput the roof. Let's go. Very efficient. I appreciate you guys coming through. This has been another awesome episode of DeOrganized Nightly. Any final thoughts, fellas? I'll shoot to you, crypto dude, first.
Yeah, just build a change. That's what it's about. If you want to secure your prosperity and your future, you gotta actually behave in such a way. So, be the change, build the change.
Right on. Build the change. Well said.
Yeah, I mean,
Lord Rosar.
All you gotta do, I don't know. Motivational speeches are baiting me right now, but
well, we just Trump
just
talk
shit.
for.
I think the one thing is kind of clicking with me more than ever is you can just do shit. You can just do things.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
No, there's no.
You're your biggest
rules.
obstacle these days.
Yeah, you could just go and make a vending machine and sell crypto, take dollars. You could just do these things. Especially with AI, it's easier than ever to just do things. Just ask questions, figure it out. Like, things come together way faster than you think. You could sit in your ass for days and days and then realize it actually only took you a few hours to figure some of this stuff out.
Just within the last year, seeing people create with Claude, link up with the right mentors that can teach them how to run AI on their machine locally. It's amazing to see the type of building that is going on within the Bitcoin ecosystem via Stacks. Yeah, you guys are killing it. I mean, like, whenever I think of builders, like, you two are in the top of the list whenever it comes to shipping. So very solid stuff, guys. Want to thank you again for coming through tonight.
Thanks for having me.
We are DeOrganized. Be sure to follow the main DeOrganized handle on X to stay in the know, stay ahead of the curve. Yeah, dude. Thanks, fellas.
Peace out.
And I am GP, bringing you another awesome episode of DeOrganized Nightly, where we get your favorite GigaBrain astronaut scholars in the same room and have a dope conversation and kick out high-frequency vibes. We covered the Trump speech tonight. What's next? Who knows? Be sure to tune in to stay in the know. Peace.